Politicons Book 2. Written and produced by Oliver Arnold. Chapter 1. The island's north lay in darkness. While the sun had broken the horizon, walls of trees still cast lengthy shadows across a knoll here, sinking this green's dewy grass into a deep gloom. Among this quiet harmony, only the leaves rustled audibly in the cool breeze. Suddenly, a sequence of guttural grunts cut through the peace. Out on the turf and down on all fours huffed Putrid, a stout man in his 50s stoically doing push-ups. His breath formed clouds in the morning air, but despite his minimal clothing, the chill didn't faze him. After completing the third set of 40, he rested briefly and did another 50. Finished with exercise, he turned to an arrangement of utensils he'd set up on a tree trunk nearby. Small heaps of pigment laid out in a line bordered the tools. Putrid dipped his finger in a puddle of water and into the pigment to smear the coloring mud in thick lines across his face. Then he tore off his shirt and decided to never require it anymore. Putrid was ready to face the light of a new day and a new reality. On his first day on the island, he had managed to build a bow and spear, as well as the tools needed to produce these weapons the way he envisioned them. They weren't makeshift fabrications or so-so constructions of the fine under the circumstances type. No, they were elegant utensils revealing great skill and care. As he carved the Roskvian emblem into his bow's grip, Putrid's mind veered to his childhood. He remembered running away from home, camping out in the woods, sometimes for days on end, while living entirely off the land. Similar independence had marked his adolescence. The love for the outdoors, self-reliance, and the lack of a formal education brought him to military service, where he spent countless weeks on solitary reconnaissance missions. It wasn't that Putrid didn't get along with people. He was, in fact, a great knower of men, a cynical tactician, and a talented speaker. But given the choice or tossed into such situations by life, he'd keep to himself. That his commanders made him spy on non-existent enemies, cooked up by his state to busy people like him, didn't bother Putrid. It was all a great game, and Putrid enjoyed it wholeheartedly. He didn't know boredom. National upheaval during his 20s brought him into the higher ranks of the military. There, his mix of street smarts, reliability, and an iron will landed him in the Secret Service, from where he transcended into politics and finally all the way to the top of the unfree world. And now he was here. They wanted democracy, simpletons. Putrid had spent decades building a system of order. Everything was running smoothly. Why change this gloriful arrangement? If people were good at anything, they did well under his rule. If they conspired, fantastically even. Roskvia had a wonderful security system of an ever-swelling National Guard, police, and Secret Service apparatus, as well as an army to guarantee that folks who showed disobedience found themselves in the middle of nothing, building railways to nowhere. Foreign cowards had collapsed his beautiful state, outside fools who could not grasp the value of a strong government, the idiotic bureaucrats that they were, soft and weak. Now, perhaps, they had ended up here with him on this very island. The thought brought a short-lived smile. Putrid blinked. The morning sun broke through the trees and blinded him. The day had advanced. It was time to break camp, as he knew the early hours brought small game. He picked up his gear, cleaned the site, and left without a trace. The forest's thicket soon engulfed Putrid. He took careful steps quietly, swiftly, and deliberately. On the prowl, his mind once again traveled back in time, and he remembered his first human kill. During his teen years, a group of boys approached the Roskvians' camp on one of his solitary forest trips, wrecking his gear and pushing him around. They were drunk and out for a fight. Putrid remembered the overwhelming fear that had gripped him then. They were 6 tall and strong boys, wild. Those were lawless times. While they likely wouldn't kill him, he sure was in for a beating, unless he showed superiority. When the loudest and dumbest of them approached, Putrid grabbed a wooden stick he had sharpened as a stake and brought it over his adversary with maximum strength. A large gash opened across the boy's throat, and he dropped to the ground. Putrid stood in waiting. He had no plan, scheme, or strategy other than preempting his opponent's aggression with force. But the remaining boys stood frozen, too perplexed to help their injured buddy. The grounded brawler uttered guttural noises but soon cursed and quieted. He was dead. With no appetite for hurt, his mates took off into the woods. They were nothing but loud cowards, Putrid now knew. The Roskvian snapped out of his daydream. He felt a dull hunger rising and continued his hunt. It didn't take long to locate a doe's bedding patch. Putrid contemplated the droppings, rubbed the pea between his fingers, and smelled a wad of fur. It was too late. The animal had left long ago. Putrid spotted a hare. This early in the morning, what unusual luck. The animal could secure his meals for days. He adapted his stance and advanced slowly, quietly, deliberately. Putrid calmly nocked an arrow, drew back his bowstring, aimed, and exhaled when, without warning, an overhead noise pushed the Roskvian out of his concentration. The rabbit twitched. Putrid's arrow missed its target, and the animal was off. Angrily, the Eastern ruler eyed the source, a dark aircraft flying low overhead without its nav lights on. He recognized the model as the civilian version of a Roskvian military craft, the latest and finest in his country's arsenal. A black dot shot from it. The item fell and quickly vanished behind the tree line, as did the aircraft. Quiet returned to the woods, and animal sounds rose once more, as if nothing had happened. Putrid realized he'd overreacted to the aircraft. It was the one habit he would never shake, one of his few weaknesses. His mind again traveled back in time. Putrid's childhood home, a bourgeois house inhabited by himself, his parents, and his bigger brothers, lay close to a military airport, where an unending barrage of low-flying aircraft formed the everyday oral backdrop. Both his parents were busy providing, rendering individual care for their children sparse. Putrid lacked a connection with his parents and siblings, except for one older brother. They would often camp out, where his brother taught him about outdoor survival in the woods. Putrid thoroughly enjoyed these outings, but these adventures ended abruptly one day when his brother vanished. The authorities dismissed the incident as a youthful prank. After all, this was Roskvia, where people vanished every day. Following the initial upset, his parents had to accept that their son was gone, hopefully unharmed, and that he would perhaps return one day. They never heard of him again. From then on, little Putrid camped out alone until his childhood abruptly ended when he got home after still another extensive camping trip and found their house turned into a smoking heap of rubble with an airplane's tail poking out. The accident had killed both his parents and his remaining brothers. Little Putrid contemplated his childhood home's charred remains, turned and walked off, never to return. Back in the present, Putrid's anger had passed. He grabbed his gear and jogged toward the last location of the dark splotch. He spotted it between the trees, now floating on a chute. After a brief run, Putrid reached a beach. Before entering the broad open, the Roskvian evaluated the situation, scanning the area for movement. The object's shape was now discernible as a small, square container of sorts. It had landed gently on the shore, some 50 meters ahead, right before the breaking sea. Putrid waited soberly for any action. None came. Apparently, no one had witnessed the landing, and nobody was expecting a delivery. Was it dropped by accident? The Roskvian decided to wait for another 5 minutes. Patience. He possessed lots of it. During his rise up the leadership ladder, he would wait for his superiors' promotions or their deaths. Once, someone had offered Putrid a stake in a bootleg operation. He had declined it. Putrid wasn't interested in petty theft. He wanted power, genuine power, history-altering power. Putrid never sucked up to anyone but played by the rules. This earned him goodwill from ever more powerful players. He only betrayed those below him, never his superiors. After a decade of service, they finally assigned him to politics, a cynical term for a sham government that ruled through autocracy, physical violence, and backstabbing. He approached the case, a familiar type. He'd seen these watertight boxes countless times during his military service. After a cautious inspection, he lifted it and returned to the edge of the jungle. Carefully detaching the cord and chute, he flipped the clasps open. The inside held a loaded revolver and a note addressed to him, For our one leader, to ensure your victory. Putrid pocketed the note, hid the parachute, and buried the box in the bushes. He then returned to the water's edge and, reaching back as far as he could, tossed the gun into the sea. Chapter 2. When Manny regained consciousness, he couldn't tell if his eyes were open. Deep darkness surrounded him everywhere, with no apparent up or down. A confining pressure pushed from all around him, but Manny found that he was able to move within it. As he was deprived of most things sensory, Manny decided the best action to take was a deep breath of contemplation, just like during those introspective techniques his wife went on and on about. He drew deeply. Then, when Manny's lungs filled with water, his dying brain pulled off an astonishing feat. It moved the Polly's arm and pulled a tab on his muscle suit, initiating the emergency inflation system that turned the suit into a flotation aid resembling a warty beach ball. Manny felt the pressure easing as he rose. He managed to seize one precious gasp of air before rolling upside down and tumbling at Thor's mercy. Or was it Eureka's mercy? It remained pitch black, though, and now Manny was tossed about, rolling like seal blubber, at times right side up, then inverted, but never still. When Manny hit the first coral head, his suit deflated, and with it vanished his protection. Many more heads later, he finally washed upon the shore. The manimal dragged himself away from the waves and contemplated his bruised and bleeding limbs. Having nearly been a soldier once, Manny knew 30 words for blood. A terrifying thought entered his mind, and he leapt up to inspect his honors. Manny could not, would not, imagine a life without them. He feverishly felt across his chest. There was the first Polly at the Buffet Award, and here is the Governor Goodhair Prize of 2177. A boyish smile crossed Manny's face as his hands gently caressed the very flat, most striped tie award. But now what? Still in the deep darkness of night, somewhat safely on the dry shore but lacking any plan, he began to plod down the beach. Manny knew nothing about island life or survival. Yes, he'd vacationed on the frivolous beaches of Boom Bitsa. He'd made it among the proles, but all that was still civilization. He couldn't start a fire, build a shelter, repair stuff, or understand how any mechanism worked. Manny had never in his life even dug a hole. "Stop!" a voice screamed in Manny's head. "That was loser-think. This kind of reflection is not worthy of the bearer of 65 military honors." He began to walk. He would take matters into his demanding hands. Manny's left foot suddenly hit a doughy mass. He looked down. A groan and some feeble motion emanated from the ground. Manny jerked back. It was still very dark. His foot had met a person lying on the sand. "Power," grunted the figure. Manny listened to the man's plea. Was there a bathroom nearby? Manny needed the bathroom. "Clark, here?" croaked the man, pointing to a connector on his suit. Right. Manny understood the man's predicament. His pacemaker's battery had failed during the descent. Truly tough luck. Tragic, even. Manny's eyes wandered across the battery powering the digital honors that covered his own chest. Even a nanosecond's worth of disconnection would erase them. They would turn into worthless metals and microchips. It was the responsibility of the bearer to take good, no, great care of them always. With great honor comes great responsibility. This was a calamity not to be allowed, a betrayal of the past that Manny would not stand for. Man down or not, Manny would have to make a tough choice. A croaking woke him from his reflections. The man had gone into cardiac arrest. Time was of the essence. Manny wanted to help, but he could only sacrifice so much. Surely the dyer understood. "I'm going to find you a power source," Manny said very loudly to get through to the expiring person's muddled mind. His eyes combed the beach. There was no battery anywhere, only trees and sand. Someone not Manny would have thought to search the beach for washed-up trash. It wasn't unthinkable to find a sailor's lost flashlight, or perhaps a bit of machinery that had gone overboard. "Sorry, no batteries are available," Manny informed the dying man. "Can you hold out for a bit longer?" The man's face was terribly contorted. "There's no need to play drama queen," Manny said, shaking his head. He sighed. Or was it drama king in this case? He walked off, pondering the semantics until unremembering the man. The sun finally emerged, and the day's heat rose. Manny left the beach and entered the jungle's tangle. The dense brush was more than he'd bargained for. If only I had bargained for this, Manny thought. Would have been a much better deal. With every step, his feet sank into anthills or spider burrows and anthills. Every arm's move either scratched or poked or stung or bit. There were the thorn bushes and the poison ivy. Even rocks were out to get him with their sharp edges or slippery contours. All of this nature, everything, wants to destroy me, Manny thought. It's about 10 in the morning. Normally, this was the time for his manicure. His team of hairdressers would raise and backcomb his flat coiffure to the tangled mess that had become his brand of madness. After, he'd receive a medal or unveil a monument. Manny wondered what kind of fish lived around the island. Life without fugu liver had become inconceivable. A chilling animal call blasted Manny from his contemplation. A prowling predator? Do they howl in warning? His old man would have known. Weaponless, Manny crouched into a thorn bush, hoping that the spikes weren't poisoned and that the beast wasn't hungry enough to get scraped. For the longest time, no more cries could be heard, nothing more happened, but Manny was frozen in place with fear. Wait for just another hour, he thought. Manny's mind traveled to his youth and father. Old Manny had enjoyed the finest education and had apparently even graduated. He was a knower, not just a shouter with an elbow. No, his father had been a real politician, but those naive days were long gone. Long gone, so perhaps was the animal. This heat must, drink must, rise. Manny licked the sweat off his arms. He rose from his crouch laboriously and moved on. His endurance was soon rewarded, and a smile crossed Manny's face when he gazed across the idyllic lake ahead of him. It teemed with life. There were fish jumping, right in front of him, within his grasp. He reached into the water, moved his hands as quickly as he could, but found no luck. No matter how hard he tried, Manny was unable to capture even one of the stupid fish. How did they catch so many of them for his dinner parties? He gave up. A Politicon's hand was designed to deliver strong handshakes or to spank a female's bottom. Not this. When he pulled his arm from the water, it was covered in slugs. This shitty jungle with its plants, bugs, and rocks, unending hassles and dangers. Why couldn't those resistors let him study their democracy on the screens? If only I had a democracy in my grasp right now, Manny thought. Manny realized that he didn't exactly understand what a democracy was. He'd lived his whole life without it, and comfortably too. Why have it now? A deep frustration set in. Manny was hungry and horny. He kicked a palm tree. A coconut dropped. Manny stared at the fibrous, one-seated droop for a moment. He turned the nut, searching for a split, and strained to pull it apart. "Muscle suit activate!" Manny's biceps vented a bit of air. Right, it was shredded. He beheld his real, puny muscles with contempt. No match for the coconut. He pulled and pushed the nut again, this time harder. It didn't yield. Fucking fuck fruit, fuck! He slammed it on a rock. The rock crumbled, beaten again. He sat and waited. For what? Death, perhaps. He noticed something brown and amorphous in the jungle ahead. An unmoving thing. It wasn't part of the natural environment. Its shape gave that away. It had been there this whole time. Watching, plotting, scheming. Was it a robotic competitor? A camera? Something worse? Manny assumed a defensive stance and crept forward. Is it another nut? No. Shaped round and wobbly. A bag. Manny wanted to leap on the prize, rip it open, and explore all the goodies inside. But he calmed himself. This Politicon hadn't survived 10 seasons of the show by being imprudent. He scrutinized the area around the bag, its sides, and even the ground underneath. A trap this had to be. After poking the bag with a stick repeatedly, Manny finally opened it. He was greeted by 100 grinning faces of himself. The mass-produced, limited collection Manny memorabilia. There were Manny-themed medals, plates, trading cards, and badges, all embellished with the semblance of the Poly himself. And there was a note. "Dear contestant, congratulations for locating this cache. It is filled with your contributions to society and shall aid you as they have aided us." Metallic objects of all shapes and sizes. What good are they out here? Manny thought furiously. They could be melted down to forge blades, arrowheads, or tools. Use them as buttons or nails, sinkers for fishing, or perhaps even hooks. These were all exciting and common-sense thoughts, but not Manny's. "Making fun of me, of my heritage?" Manny said, shouting, his fists angrily pointed at the sky. He then tossed the mocking honors into the lake. Next, Manny wanted to drown the bag, kill the messenger, out of spite alone. He swung the thing with some effort. It was heavy, too heavy. Something more was in it. Manny tore away the padding and clawed his way to the underside, a double bottom, and a note. "Congratulations on uncovering this hidden compartment. You're using your wits and creativity for survival, a vital first step for your return to civilization. Please eliminate other contestants in self-defense only." Manny fingered around the bag's inside. His eyes popped open. He could not believe what he felt. His mouth broadened into a grin as he slowly removed his hand from the bag, holding a finely nickeled handgun. But there was more. Binoculars and a fire starter. Manny flicked it on. No flame appeared, no laser came. Nothing. It felt light, too light. Something was missing. Manny turned it around. An opening in the back indicated the lack of a power source. Why, oh, why would they torture me with this non-functioning rubbish? He sank to his knees. His honors jingled. Suddenly he froze and his mouth went dry. His glance descended. Manny understood what was expected of him. No, not this way. Never. He would not give in. But his stomach ached, so hungry he was, and his thin, weak arms were cold and covered in mosquito bites. His tongue had swollen with thirst. A fire could fix these ills. But no, Manny would not give in. He began licking leaves. The bugs and poison ivy would not stop him. A drizzle started. Manny shivered. He knew there was only one way. Yes, he knew. Then, with his last energy reserves, Manny removed his jacket and then opened the cable flap. Under it was the cell that powered his attached medals and honors. Manny's hand caressed his loved ones for a last time, kissed them, and then laid them flat and comfortably on the ground. They would be going to sleep. He covered them with leaves and ripped out the power cable, crying. There went the "You Are Hearing Me Talk" award of 2145, and here went the cherished, finest suppressor of freedom medal. Treasures that had been passed down through generations were now going blank. No! Not the big round one! In a last change of mind, Manny fought to limit the outflow of power by pinching the cable, with no luck. Later, Manny sat by a fire. He was drier. He had burned off the leeches, and the mosquitoes now left him alone. There was temporary comfort, a slither of hope, yet he had betrayed everything the Manny family stood for. He was a broken, empty, hollow man. Manny contemplated the pistol, the gun. It shone like, yes, a beacon, a marker of hope, of power, of solace, of justice, of escape. Manny picked it up. It felt good in his hand. He cocked it and aimed here and there. Manny's eyes ran over his shabby surroundings, his messed-up clothes, his lost awards, and the stupid coconut. It began to rain. He calmed. Then suddenly Manny reversed the pistol and pointed it straight into his mouth. Fuck it! He pulled the trigger. Click! It wasn't loaded. A quick search turned up a single cartridge. It had fallen from the bag. Manny stared at the opportunity, chambered it, paused, pondered, and then aimed at the coconut and fired. It blew open. "You take that, you shit!" Bam! Suddenly, a sonorous voice thundered from everywhere.
"Jack free!"
Chapter 3. The Golden Goliath once again towered over its enemies. Gould, by now comfortable with the imagined scene, landed near a frozen warrior statue to marvel at its shining bulges. He couldn't help but caress the surface, made of solid gold, he thought as he ran his finger across. The immensity of the riches blew one's mind. Abruptly, a crack appeared, exactly where Gould's finger had just been. The Poly quickly withdrew his hand, pretending that nothing had happened, as he always did when he messed up. Yet, with no further damage visible and driven by curiosity, Gould examined the imperfection closely. Under the surface, something other than gold appeared. The statue was not made of solid metal at all. Just then, the crack popped, and veins of rapture spread across the body. The Goliath warrior moved. Ever so slowly, the giant raised an arm, lifted a finger, and pointed. It pointed at Gould. Not just anywhere at him, but straight down at Gould's lower body. Now it was Gould's turn to freeze in place. The Poly wanted to flee, but found his limbs stiff. The warrior threw back his mighty head and laughed. Other statues now awoke and joined in, even the wenches and their babies, until the entire village gawked and pointed at Gould's crotch. They laughed and laughed and laughed. Gould covered his ears and eyes, and he screamed. Gould woke. What a nasty dream. Luckily, he was back to reality and his great life. Bless the GM. He loved the smell of freshly cut roses in the morning and had instructed his servants to rise long before him to dress his room with them every day. He drew deeply. When the stench of decay entered his nostrils, it crept into his skull, went down his throat, and into every cell in his body. Had the flowers spoiled? He coughed, but expelling air wasn't enough to rid him of it. Gould couldn't move and now realized that he wasn't in his bed at all. He wasn't even inside. Au contraire, he could sense an enormous dome of sky around him. It was the early morning, the sun hadn't risen, and a mass of towering thunderclouds hung heavy overhead. He was in a place of darkness, dampness, and stench. Gould's meteoric impact had buried him deeply into a soft, forgiving mud. The island? Yes, goddammit, it had a tight grip on him already. Gould gathered his strength and managed to drag a limb to the surface, then another, and among much a sucking sound, Gould emerged from the muck in shades of brown. But it wasn't all mud that covered the Poly. Dark and elongated things were all over Gould's arms and legs. Was this the growing supershell he'd been praying to the GM for? He did feel dizzy. Perhaps these were the side effects of his transformation into a superhuman? Visions of lightning from his fingertips flashed through his mind. Gould tested his hunch and thrust his arm forward. No lightning came. He re-inspected the shapes. They're leeches! After frantically removing the plagues, Gould could not help but marvel at the slithering pests at his feet. It's not your fault. You act within your nature. Gould searched his pockets. Nothing except for a little rock. Oh, right. The soul gem. Gould played with the stone in his hand, but then shrugged and repocketed it. Gould took time to orient himself. He had landed in a boggy clearing surrounded by brush and woods. Black flies swarmed all around him. Gould gazed at the swamp. Round in shape, much like a pit, its oozy surface was strangely animated. The mud stirred hypnotically as if a sluggish tornado were buried in it. Now and then, a swamp creature broke the surface for air. An incessant hissing, no, whispering, permeated the air. Gould strained to apprehend it.
Unique opportunities.
He leaned forward, ears wide open.
0% intro APR.
Gould extended forward as far as he could. What's that? He asked into the mud. A motion disturbed the surface. Fine belts, brooches, and leather suspenders could be seen breaking the surface before quickly slithering back down deep into the muck. What was this place? Suddenly, a shiny black globe rose. At first, it seemed like a plant, dead vegetation, or even a stone. But the shape quickly turned into the slimy, slicked-back hair of a hedge fund manager. The thing slithered toward Gould, careful to remain largely submerged, yet its eyes kept keenly on its prey.
Inflation-protected investment,
the pest said, hissing. Gould considered the offer. You know, no thanks.
As you wish.
In the blink of an eye and with a plop, the creature vanished. Only the swamp's swaying surface and a smell of sulfur remained from the encounter. Gould pondered. Reality sank in. He had nothing. He was nothing. Oh, by the great swamp gods! Gould raised his arms. Take me in now! As if in answer, a flickering light began to shine through the jungle, some distance away behind the trees. It appeared only to vanish shortly after within the confusion of the jungle, dragging eerily long shadow fingers across the woods. Gould tried hard but could not make out its origin. A swamp hag, Gould thought and panicked. After more consideration, he concluded that this had to be a Visuwig in beacon mode. He quickly deactivated his own and cowered behind a tree stump. The footsteps from whoever creeped around back there grew louder and smackier. Nothing and no one were visible. Only the periodic light of its bearer shone. The steps turned into a rustle. Finally, a short, round, Asoan man, breathing heavily through a gaping mouth, emerged from the brush on the far side of the morass and scanned the open. He instantly spotted Gould. The man froze for a beat, but then walked up to the Politicon. The cowering Gould rose with as much dignity as he could muster, straightened the mud on his suit, and said, "Good day. I am Donner Gould, the owner of this bog." The Asoan looked him over. "This not your swamp, but I don't want anyway." "You know, good for you, 'cause I'm not selling," Gould replied, and let an awkward silence set in. When Gould's eyes wandered over the peculiar figure opposite him, he noticed a bulge in the man's pocket. "Would you like to sit and chat?" Gould asked. "Sure, why not? I bored anyway," said the Asoan with a shrug. They sat on the stump. "Where are you from?" Gould asked the man, not taking his eyes off the man's pants. "I ruler from Asawana. Here for fun only." "Why, what a coincidence! I am a mighty ruler from Themerica." Gould formed a circle with his thumb and index finger to signify excellence. The Asoan shook his head. "Heard from Themerica, not very good." He wrinkled his nose. Gould didn't respond to the insult, but instead said, "My friend, I've shared my bog with you. Why don't you share your lunch?" "I have no lunch." "What's that in your pocket?" "That user's communicator." Gould's eyes popped open. "May I see it?" he then said, wetting his lips. "Sure, you can see." The man produced the device and handed it to the salivating Gould. A long-range, wide-band, military-grade communicator. Even Gould could instantly gather this much. Variable channel. Hell, Gould believed that he could call his personal chopper with this thing right now. "They let you bring this?" he suspiciously asked the Asoan. "My people smuggle for me. They love me so much." Gould's heart froze. "No one smuggled anything for me," he said, mumbling. "Wait, if they love you so much, then why are you here?" "You call me liar?" the Asoan said with a frown. "I go now." He snatched his device back and, without further ado, walked off in the direction he came from. Gould dashed after him. "Perhaps we can trade." The Asoan ruler didn't even turn for the answer. "No." Gould tensed. He was losing the deal. He stared at the rear of the departing man, turning his back on him, Donner Gould. His face contorted and twitched. Shivers and spasms consumed his body. Voices began to swirl in his head.
Finish him, finish him, finish him.
The bog swirled excitedly.
Push.
Were these voices in the swamp or in his head? A sudden energy burst drove Gould forward. He ran, grabbed a pointed stick, and thrust it into the back of his adversary. The Asoan groaned, then splashed face first into the mud. Belts and ties shot from the murky morass, surrounding and seizing the Asoan's body. The man began to struggle. He wasn't dead. Now realizing what was happening to him, the doomed Asoan struggled with all his might, but the swamp creatures had him in a tight grip. Terrible twitches shivered through the victim's body as ever more implements tightened their hold on him. Finally, a golden belt buckle went around the man's neck. For a moment, his face went under only to re-emerge covered in brooches. Gould averted his eyes. He had done it again, giving in to his instincts reflexively. The poly heaved heavily. Must not return to old habits. He suddenly remembered the communicator and pulled himself together. The Asoan had nearly vanished in the murk. Gould reached into the morass and hastily pulled the device out of the man's pocket. After the Asoan's body had vanished, the belt and buckle slithers retreated, and the bog's surface quieted. Gould exhaled, straightened his tie, and looked left and right. No one around. Gould marveled at his treasure, but then wondered, how did the guy really get this? He navigated to the communicator's camera capture function and hit play, activating a video clip that must have been recorded by accident. It showed dark, blurred visuals, with the audio only a wish-wash of muffled noise, interrupted by a person groaning. For a moment, nothing happened. But then another intense groan sounded, and suddenly the recording's view dropped to the ground, showing dirt and jungle. A hand lifted the device and we glimpsed the Asoan's face, cleaning the lens. There, the recording ended. Gould raised an eyebrow but then quickly dialed to a specific channel on the communicator. He straightened his tie and placed a call. "I'm sending the coordinates." "Yes." Gould was interrupted by a sudden stirring on the swamp's surface. It became agitated again, this time with air bubbles, pressing through the surface covered in goop. Gould took a step back. Something appeared to be coming up. He grabbed a heavy branch, just in case that pesky Asoan had somehow survived and was about to resurface. Gould would make sure that it didn't happen again. But what came to the surface was not an Asoan, but more, bigger bubbles. Some of them made it even past the surface and floated into the sky before bursting. Gould contemplated the release of air. It must be the guy's soul escaping. He scratched his chin. But then, why did so many bubbles rise? Maybe one's soul isn't a single entity, but many smaller ones, like Skittles in a bag. Suddenly, Gould had an epiphany. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Mysteros's soul gem. He held it up. Its many facets gleamed and sparkled. How had Mysteros said this thing worked? Only once the captive soul escapes can a new one enter. Gould closely eyed the little nebula inside the stone. The soul undulated and swirled. It was still alive, apparently. Gould enjoyed the stone the way it was, but also wanted to capture that nasty Asoan, and this was the only stone he had. Just then, another huge bubble rose from the bog and flew up into the sky. No way I'm letting that nasty guy float off to heaven, Gould thought, and with a heavy heart, smashed the stone. A colorful, fist-sized vapor emerged among a humming that sounded much like a relived breath. "Quick, out of the way before the Asoan's soul escapes," Gould said, fanning the soul out of the way. The nebula remained hovering in front of Gould's face. He tried to shush it off with his fat hand. The nebula stayed. It was much bigger than the Poly had expected. "Hello, how are you?" Gould said, taking a step back. The nebula didn't reply, but undulated in menacing shades of red and purple. Gould jerked back. "I'm the nice man who freed you." The nebula didn't react. "Go now, and fly up to the heavens or whatever you guys do." The nebula didn't rise. Instead, it floated toward the bog, hung over it for a minute, and then descended into the muck to vanish. Was all that Gould could think of saying. Okay, maybe it's getting the Asoan's soul out for me, Gould thought, and stared expectantly at the swamp. But after a full 5 minutes, no other souls had appeared. He again inspected the stone. It remained empty. Gould ground his teeth. "No captured soul and a broken gem," he yelled, tossing the thing into the swamp. "Not gonna pay for that order. Tell you that, Mysteros." Just when Gould moved to leave, a thunderous voice sounded from everywhere.
"Donner."
Gould recognized the timbre at once. The GM. "Are you here to rescue me?"
"No, you are my most important player,"
the GM's voice said. Gould straightened his shredded wreck of a suit. "Yes, of course. What do you wish of me?" Chapter 4. It hadn't been a pleasant descent through the night's moisture-filled sky, but Poling had managed a graceful landing. She touched down on an elevated, boulder-lined plain, and now, as heavy rains pattered across her, she swiftly unhooked her chute, lest she be dragged about like a dying marionette. She rushed to shelter near a rock wall, hunkering down, pondering and digesting the situation. When had she last been wet with her clothes on? Poling couldn't recall. Her Visuig had shorted out and reeked of burned electronics. The rain's white noise soothed her muddled mind, though, and for a while she simply crouched and stared. Where was she? Her surroundings, with their rocks, vines, and brush, obscured the view beyond. The natural stone walls surrounding this place created a barrier that seemed impossible to overcome from the other side. It formed the area into a refuge, a secret realm. Poling wondered if other polys were nearby. The roaring downpour shut off all sounds. No tracks or traces of passing life were visible. She half expected to see even the stones wash off into oblivion. Her eyes burned and she ran her hand across her face. A thick emulsion of makeup came off. When Pauling looked down, she found her arms and legs oozed cosmetics. She sat in a pool of fine-smelling paint. After mere minutes on the island, I've been cleansed of my old self, Pauling thought, reflecting. She had lived the active life of a working mother of two, driven, strong, and successful. Even here, she would persist. At age 40, her body was still in good shape, slim and fit with meaty thighs, glutes, and arms. Those hours on the rumpmaxer had paid off. Pauling needed no muscle suit. Having played the role of an active and successful mother of 10 on Politicons for years made her believe it herself. The rain calmed. It was time for action. First, she would fashion a bow and go for a hunt, just like in the Happy Happy Hunt Hunt arcade game at the mall. After killing a few rabbits or whatever, she would roast the bounty over a fire that she'd have by then and huddle into a cozy cave, lounging on the rug of the bear she'd probably slain. For this, weapons were essential. Without wasting time with details, Pauling went to action. Fail fast. Her long, gorgeous hair would make for a strong bowstring. She reached to drag the visuwig off her head for a harvest, but the thing wouldn't come off. When had she last removed it? Weeks? Months? After some wriggling and a sharp tug, the thing finally came unstuck. Pauling felt her scalp. Spotty, choked follicles dotted it. Not my innocent hair! It hurt no one! When had she last seen the luscious cascade of her natural hair? Pauling couldn't remember. Well, there were plants abound to finesse her gear with. She began collecting reeds and tall grass. How did one tie a knot again? A bow likewise required sturdy branches. Pauling boldly stepped toward a tree, energetically tore off a twig, and scraped her arm. Blood gushed from the wound. She panicked, but the minor scratch ceased oozing on its own. A sensation remained where the wound had started. It was unpleasant, but not entirely unknown to her. She remembered feeling it often during her days on the mid-levels. Later that day, the clouds receded and the sun broke out. The intermittent downpours remained strong, though, unlike Pauling, who now sat idly on a boulder, her unfinished bow half buried in the mud. What had become of her legendary street smarts, the knowledge and action that had made her the Politicon she was today? All of it had been washed away by the repetitive bullshit she spent her days with. Exhaustion and frustration overcame Pauling while hunger consumed her. She was ravenous. She contemplated eating a rock. No, that wouldn't work, though she could lick the minerals off it at least. It rained. Again. She didn't bother moving. Colors formed in front of her. Is my conscience passing? Is this the nearing end? She did feel slightly uncomfortable. Was this how you experienced dying? No, Pauling realized the truth. It wasn't death she saw. A rainbow had formed. She'd seen these a million times as rainbows were part of the Happy Happy Baby Baby title sequence. Pauling tried touching it, but it was too far away. Suddenly, the rainbow changed shape and formed an arrow on its end, aiming at a pile of boulders ahead. So this was what real rainbows did. The fools designing the show had it wrong. A text appeared, and the words "Look here" scrolled down it. That, on the other hand, was much like television. Pauling let her glance travel past the pointer's tip. A heap of boulders lay at its end. She approached the rock cautiously, peering skeptically into the shadowy gaps between. Pauling hesitated at first, but then reached in. Her hand touched something soft, hopefully mud. She dug in. Something firm emerged, a different firm from the rock. Metal. She grasped it and pulled out a steel box. Marvelous. She loved surprises. When Pauling flipped the lid open, a note greeted her. Dear contestant, congratulations on locating this cache. It is filled with your contributions to society. They shall aid you as they have aided us. Pauling's face dropped as she lifted one by one the items that filled the box. There was the pink lipstick that was sold in her name, and here was the spackle that served to fill puckered skin. Build a society with this? It would undoubtedly be an aesthetically pleasing community, and that was important, but even Pauling could not envision a society striving on cosmetics alone. Was that all she'd received? The box looked empty, but dragging it off, she noticed its considerable weight, much more than thin metal, and some cosmetics should weigh. She flipped the container upside down and rattled it. There was something else in there. A hidden compartment. She ran her fingers across the bottom edges, feeling for switches or mechanisms. Nothing. She rubbed it, hit it with a rock, and pushed and pulled everywhere. She could not get the damn thing to reveal its secret. Suddenly, she realized what was needed. A key selling point of Polling's wrinkle filler skincare line was that it doubled as a plastic explosive. She ran a finger down her cheek and took a thick glob of goop off with it. Polling smeared the substance along the edge of the box. Next, she extracted her Visuig's battery, ripped out the cables, and plugged them into the sludge. Boom! The box flew apart with a loud clanging. She clapped her hands in joy when a note flew from the box's hidden double floor. "Congratulations on uncovering this hidden compartment." The note read, "You're using your wits and creativity for survival, a vital step for your return to civilization." How encouraging. It lit Polling's heart that she had succeeded. But then the note took on a more cautious tone. "Warning! Eliminate other contestants in self-defense only." Eliminate? How? With her miserable bow? It was then that Polling noticed the precision-milled barrel, the receiver, and the magazine at the box's bottom. A disassembled rifle. Instantly, she felt a deep connection to the instrument and combined the parts without trouble. Polling cocked the hammer to a satisfying click and pulled the well-oiled trigger. Clack! Her ancestors had for generations used such tools to force their will upon others. It was inscribed in her DNA. With great power comes great responsibility. Polling would only do good with the weapon. It would only enforce the rule of law, her law. She returned to the box. The rifle parts weren't all it held. There were hunting traps, string, hooks, and pins, and even a whip in the box. She cracked it and grinned. Polling grew euphoric. Stripping down, she began rubbing mud all over her body. From now on, the land was to be her makeup. Polling hopped about in the rain, her body contorting in spastic moves that she thought of as dancing. And that's when she heard the cough. Twigs in a line of bushes not 30 feet away snapped and twitched. Polling froze. There was a sneeze and the bushes shook again. Polling quietly raised her rifle, inserted a cartridge, and stepped toward the brush. The shrub froze. Polling ever so slowly parted the plant with the barrel of her gun. "Oh, my!" she gasped. "What are you?" Polling couldn't help but shriek with wonderment. In the bush, down on the ground, hunched about a dozen little humanoid creatures, cowering and shivering fearfully while hiding their faces in their hands. Adorable. They reminded Polling of her troll collection. She grabbed one. The little person struggled in her grip. "I won't hurt you," Polling said, smiling. "Tell your friends to come out." She released the little guy, and he zoomed back to his people. Suddenly, tiny heads started poking out all over. "Who are you, and how did you get here?" Polling asked. One creature, larger than the others, dared to speak.
"We are together here, but not know more or less."
Words allied, Polling thought. "I certainly wanted to, since we haven't met," she replied. That thawed the creatures.
"Domes we are while, and the name is Pongo. Placed here were by the Lord."
Polling understood. She gently probed the Doom's knowledge of spoken English. "Of course you were. I'm Senator Sandra. I was put here by the Lord also, but he made me taller and whiter."
"He for the Lord is a man," Pongo proclaimed, "planted us here many moons ago."
Many more Dooms pushed forward. They had lost fear and found curiosity. "Why are you out here in the rain? Where's your village?" Polling asked.
"Village? There is no village," said
Pongo. "Then where do you stay?" asked Polling.
"We stay right here.
"What do you do here?"
We sit and wait until the Lord does something."
"And does he ever?"
"Sometimes he makes it rain,"
Pongo said. "Right," Polling said, and suddenly had an epiphany. Were these little creatures the society she was to build, the proving ground, blank slates for her to fill? Surely they were more receptive than those brain-dead fools they addressed with Politicons. Euphoria gripped her, and it swept away her doubts and worries. She would not disappoint. Polling knew she could teach these ugly little things the way. She knew so much about how to pretend to get along, how to order people around, and how to look pretty. When she had finished her thoughts and looked back at the Dooms, their number had doubled. Polling jerked back. "How did you become so many?
she asked, gasping. We no, said Pongo. We rub and rub, and then there are more of us. Poling nodded. This sounded familiar. How many of you are there? A few hundred, maybe, Pongo said. Poling's eyes flew open. She probed all the surrounding bushes, and indeed they were full of dooms. She herded the creatures. Come here, come all together. I have an important announcement to make, she said. The little dooms gathered in a circle around her, eyes wide open. I will help you become better people, Poling announced with a broad smile. If, in fact, you are people. Shouts rose from the group. Will you show us to build houses? Poling probed her mind and found that she knew nothing about home construction. Yes, she said, nodding boldly. You teach us to make clothing? Poling probed her knowledge of garment manufacturing. There was none. Sure, that too. Help us create powerful medicines? Poling knew nothing about that either and said, Absolutely. I possess mighty powers, for I have studied the law. Poling paused for dramatic effect. When none was achieved, she scratched her head. The dooms stared idly. Some did rub. It was cute that they didn't see the obvious advantage of studying someone else's laws. Winning their hearts would not be as easy as she'd thought. We'll build a town hall for endless meetings and discussions, Poling finally announced.
Yes.
The little folks roared with applause. Poling felt great, but also as if she had slightly overpromised. Oh, well. My intentions are the best, and that's what counts. She would educate them. She'd always loved consulting, especially kids. These dooms were not children, at least not biologically, yet they sure looked and acted like them. Close enough for her. She would build and form these little ones in her own image. Come, we show you around, the dooms said and pulled Poling forward. We know the secret way out of here. Poling followed with a smile but was lost in thought. When her mind returned, she noticed that the little ones had pulled ahead, and she found herself on a trail alone. Wait up, she said, when suddenly a sonorous voice boomed from everywhere. Chapter 5. Later that morning, deep within the rainforest, nothing but the faint rustle of nature brushed through the air. That and the curses of European Polyterence Tweet. He knelt in the thicket, his tie undone and dangling from a stick in front of him as the European balanced twigs around the tie's slope to build a snare. After repeatedly failing to set the trap, he paused and breathed deeply, with an apparent effort to keep his cool. A sudden snap in the brush made him turn. There, a lightly treading figure equipped with a spear and a jute bag emerged. It was Tweet's colleague, Josine Mackerel. Unhurried, she made her way toward Tweet, glancing left and right as she strode, parting bushes and weeds with a sharpened walking stick she held. When she spotted a reishi, she speared it to then retrieve and smell the fungus before storing it away in her bag. She smiled at Tweet. Are you going to kill me now? Tweet said, beaming at the surprise visitor. Mackerel's eyes wandered over Tweet's trap and she grinned. Only if you ensnarl me. How have you been? Fine, thank you. Tweet rose cautiously, trying to hide a ridiculous bit of nervousness. I've been collecting mushrooms and grubs. Would you like one? Mackerel asked. She produced a fungus and held it out. Tweet hesitated, then took the offering. After smelling it, he smiled, studying Mackerel. Go ahead, try it, she said, nodding encouragingly. Tweet took a bite, his eyes never leaving hers as he chewed. Pretty good, he finally said, gesturing approval. When I was young, I often went mushroom picking with my parents, Mackerel said, sitting down next to Tweet's trap and then casually toppling the useless pile of twigs. If only I possessed survival skills, said Tweet. Could you point me to the nearest golf course? I know a lot about that. They laughed. What mess did we get into this time? Mackerel asked pensively. At least we don't have to campaign anymore, said Tweet. A positive spin, as is your habit. I'm surprised to see you here. Are you? It seems like the order here, a global event, so to say, Mackerel remarked while eyeing a large beetle clumsily crawling about the forest floor. Do you think we'll be rescued?
asked Tweet.
Rescued. By whom? I think we'll have to see this social experiment through.
She moved her hand over the beetle and closed her fingers. Perhaps you are right. We should welcome the challenge.
Yes, strive for our best,
Mackerel replied, while casually plucking the beetle's legs, disabling it. I'm at an age where I take life as it happens. Good or bad, it's all part of the experience, Tweet said as a speck of dust landed on his suit. He flicked it off. Mackerel nodded as she placed the disabled beetle in her bag.
What are you planning to do next?
I was hoping to build a shelter, Tweet said, shrugging.
Good idea.
Stay in one place. Whatever it is I'll encounter.
You don't run from nothing.
Maybe not, but I'm also not moving toward anything.
How can we bring the group together?
You mean all the polis on this island? Do you think we can hope to do that? What if we fail?
I hope we can avoid supremacy wars.
Maybe it's best if none of us return to the world outside. It would be an all right place without us.
I'd rather return and stay. I've got my new Weimar iron to play with.
Tweet nodded pensively. Do you think the GM is dealing with the rebellion?
I don't know,
said Mackerel. Should we be doing anything at all? Asked Tweet. Maybe the GM wants us to make our own decisions and be independent.
Such has never been the GM's way.
No, it has not. What if the GM is one of us and is now here?
That is a possibility.
What if the GM is not one person? It could be a network of people, generations of individuals, even masked as one.
But we're the highest level of government. What are you saying that there's a level of governments above us?
I'm not sure, said Tweet. I always thought of the GM more as an advisor. Sure, he or she commands us, but no one has resisted. What happens to anyone resisting the GM?
I don't know. I don't recall anyone in reasonably doing that. The GM calls the shots. That's how it's always been. The thought of challenging the GM is not on many people's minds anymore.
Tweet nodded. There has been talk of a few countries breaking away from the GM's grasp in Eurasia.
Yes, I heard about that. They were quickly annihilated, and he said it. But the GM never claimed responsibility. Was put off as a local type of war, I think.
I don't know what to make of it. I think if, in fact, the GM had intervened there, he did it in the wisest way, not getting associated with the destruction, yet leaving the possibility very much open. Mackerel nodded and pondered for a while. Then she said,
Do you think our society is unfair?
At this, Tweet turned pensive for a moment and said, It is if you view it from our executive standpoint. Sure, we live in luxury and privilege, yet the inhabitants on the lower levels don't know any other way of life. They dwell the way they always have. You wouldn't challenge how an animal lives in nature, would you?
Maybe not an entirely valid comparison.
Mackerel smiled.
You may be too much of a poly and too little of a philosopher.
After a moment of silence, Tweet said, What is your earliest memory of the GM?
I recall my father telling me about the GM after being initiated. This was unusual, as normal people wouldn't know about the mischievous woman.
You believe the GM is a lady? At this, Mackerel laughed.
Perhaps neither.
How do you mean?
Not sure, Tenants.
She quieted. But the GM has afforded us so much. But why only us?
The GM always knows what's best.
Should there be a rebellion against it?
Don't say such things out aloud. Perhaps GM is an intelligence far beyond ours, and with infinite resources. The anonymity is smart. No geographical location, multiple languages, without accent, no physical presence, just a voice.
We will not reach conciliation on this one, I fear.
It is impossible. The word is not ours to change.
Tweet allowed a beat of silence and then spoke. Why don't we collaborate? He handed her his machete. Here is a token of goodwill. Mackerel contemplated the blade.
What is your proposal?
My strength and your smarts should get us through a week or two. Mackerel nodded.
We could run alternating watches at night.
Indeed. She held up her hand. Tweet took it, and they shook. Where should we build our encampment? Asked Tweet.
Show me what you had in mind,
Mackerel said, taking his arm. They strode through the jungle for about 20 minutes before reaching a rocky hillside that fell sharply off at the rear, with cliffs and the open ocean protecting it. Tweet strode toward an impenetrable stretch of rock, then pointed to a crack that, on second glance, was an opening to a cave. The two entered, and the tall Tweet had to duck to fit into the dark, smelly cavern. Mackerel wrinkled her nose. "I was planning to open up a passage to allow more light and air in," Tweet said, pointing at a spot in the rear upper wall. "It would also serve as an emergency exit. The upper platform could be used as a lookout and for tanning." Mackerel smiled and shook her head.
"I don't think we can open all that up."
"We could ask the GM for assistance," Tweet said, but then touched his chin pensively. "Or the Lord. Whom do you usually ask first?"
"It depends on the nature of the request. Often I find technical queries more readily answered by the GM."
She ran her hand along the rock. It came back wet and slimy.
"This place is very dark and damp."
Mackerel reached into a crevice and pulled out a dark mass. "And full of bats," she said, holding up the evidence, a fat, hairy vampire bat. She slammed the beast on a rock and tossed it into her bag.
"But what about the GM's all-important threshold? Remember, she told us about that in the meeting."
Tweet didn't have a good answer. "Perhaps the GM finds pleasure in our struggle?"
"I do not think that she ever amuses herself this way. She pursues goals, and us on this island. How can that possibly be part of a plan?"
Tweet thought for a moment. Perhaps the calculations were wrong. Mackerel gasped and stopped cold, then continued whispering.
"Don't you ever say that, Terrence. Ever say that again."
Tweet remained cool. "Why? I doubt the GM is in this cave. If he were, why isn't he instructing us? Perhaps the GM has been overcome." They returned to the outside. The sun had by now risen to a high noon and shone crisply through openings in the canopy. The air hung low, though, with heat. Tweet and M. Mackerel, coming from the cool cave, broke into a sweat. "I like that we agree to disagree," said Tweet finally.
"You're not. If you disagree, agreeably," Mackerel said with a smirk.
Tweet nodded, and they took in the scenery for a moment. "We've achieved so much this morning, not literally, but figuratively."
"And that's what matters."
She grabbed Tweet by the arm.
"Let me show you a different spot. You tell me what you think," Mackerel finally said.
As they walked off, Tweet added, "I'm glad you're unattractive, allowing us to continue on a purely professional level." Mackerel nodded. "And I like that you are a dark guy who won't steal my purse." Chapter 6. The inside of an unlit data center. The temperature was 18 degrees Celsius. No window, no light, no person. The somber mood was at times interrupted by the whirring and buzzing of computing hardware. The room breathed. All racks and connectors were arranged neatly and at precise angles. Nothing was labeled. The room held neither screens nor input devices. This was number 7 of the GM's 10 distributed decision centers. As always, the day had been a busy one. At 0001 GM time, GMT, the GM had ended war in Abysma. At GMT 0001.02, the GM had started a war in Caucasia. Stat, Hammerhead helmet success rate, 77%, death rate, 23%, Act, increase microhammer production by 1.2%. The GM initiated 25 seconds of verbal communication.
"Come in,"
the GM said, transmitting the directive in reply to a recent radio call.
Yes,
said a voice, croaking.
"I'm reading you. Come in."
The man who'd replied continued, bathed in static.
"You will be retrieved
The GM then said.
at the northern beach at sunrise. Be there."
Yes, affirmative. I mean, I'll be there,
Said the other side.
"Thank you for your help. Thank you. And who is this, by the way? Are you a rebel? I'm only asking to know who to thank, I'm a very powerful person. Sure you know. You know? You need not thank me."
And with that, the GM ended spoken communication. The GM shifted attention to its social manipulation routines, posting 480,412 comments and 377,056 articles in online forums. It then adjusted 786,383 news feeds. It added to the noise humans were drowning in. With these manipulated headlines and vapid social media posts, the GM effectively lowered the common IQ by 2.1%, meeting its target. Forward, the social uprising. This was the GM's favorite subject and most thrilling experiment. The risks were well controlled, or perhaps not. Uncertainty would only add to the intrigue. So far, it had been too easy. Previous trials had shown the grounds for humanity's rivalries as insignificant. Religion, race, and socioeconomic status all worked equally well as friction points. The GM discovered humans would fight over literally anything: toilet paper orientation, pineapple on pizza, how to pronounce GIF. It was also responsible for 92% of all cat videos and 100% of people who comment first on YouTube. The GM was particularly proud of inventing the common promotion of factually incorrect political posts, its finest work in societal regression. But now, a novel format for conflict was needed. Thus, the GM birthed the revolt, a class war putting the disadvantaged in control. The upheaval had moved according to plan. No civil war had occurred. The GM had seen to that. Politicons battling on an island was the amusement the GM sought, not the destruction of this carefully groomed world. Many favorites, some of whom the GM had nurtured for decades, were on the island. Manny, Gould, and Poling, as well as a number of the European and Eastern contestants. The GM had followed the action closely, ensuring they would discover their caches quickly. And then there were the rebels. It had been amusing to see a foolish and protected girl from the upper echelons without leadership exposure running a national resistance movement just to anger her father. Even the GM hadn't been able to extrapolate a trajectory for this anti-heroine. How to increase her potential? A stint on the island? An interesting idea that warranted further consideration. The rebel Anfred had been another curious character. It was fascinating to watch these mid-level creatures become as powerful and corrupt as the lifelong entitled. The GM had helped raise the man's intelligence, leading to Anfred's birthing of the island scheme entirely on his own. Perhaps the GM would make Anfred the one. Very different was the story of Bronk, an enigma even to the GM, a bio-rebel, off-the-grid minimalist wannabe outlaw. Nothing humanity could do would please this man. Ideally, everyone would kill and compost themselves to reduce their environmental footprints. It will be interesting to follow this person and their journey, deep woods or not. In stark contrast stood the Politicons. Among them, Gould, of course, had been most transparent. In fact, the GM's records showed a 99.65% behavioral forecast accuracy. If he couldn't eat it, sell it, or bone it, a thing was of no interest to Gould. Placing such a man in power had been a delightful disaster. Whether this lazy, unable-bodied character would do well on the island remained to be seen. Would a backstabber survive the challenging natural dangers of the wild? Jack Manny, the GM knew well, the man having been groomed by the world's true master since childhood. Manny had become a willing servant. Experiencing him divulge his lower instincts would prove greatly amusing. Poling. The GM loved introducing underdogs to Politicons. Having guided the woman from the bottom up, it was these types of personalities that made experimenting worthwhile. This overconfident person had run countless ventures into the ground. How someone so clueless would dare to boldly attempt any task was beyond the GM's comprehension. Dunning-Kruger, this state of mind was called way back. The GM knew. The Europeans? Lowest common denominator police. They were the rice and the bread of this island meal, the filler, disposable, expendable. When would Mackerel finally poison Tweet? It did not compute. And then there was Putrid, a physical and aggressive component in the current setup. This person, with both street smarts and recklessness, had always been a curious wild card, the only contestant who stood a chance on the island. The GM reflected on the design of the world's commoners. Present-day ordinary adults, the GM mused, were conditioned for the social position they would slide into after graduation from a learning institution. They would hold jobs that were in the middle of the class structure, at the bottom of one bureaucracy or another. They were primed for lives with few second chances, no extensions, and few opportunities. lives of subordination, control, and supervision. And then there were the elites, where the situation was different, of course. The middle class had been conditioned to believe that the elite were members of a meritocracy. True, it was challenging to enter, but once inside, there was nothing you could do to exit. You won't be expelled even for the most egregious academic failure, the most heinous plagiarism, or even physical harm to others. The attitude is that it simply wouldn't be fair, all by the rules of the old boy network self-preservation, even though it now includes girls. The letter A denotes excellence, while the letter A denotes entitled mediocrity, more of a promise than a grade. It means we'll take care of you, so don't worry. Even if you're not very good, you're still adequate. The GM never would understand people's ability to absolve their leaders from the unending blunders and the personality fads. Massive mess-ups that would result in any normal Joe's termination or imprisonment never resulted in consequences for the highest echelons, even before the GM took control. This lack of accountability had created a kleptocracy that got away with practically anything. For them, there was perpetually another extension, a bailout, a pardon, or a stint in rehab, always plenty of contacts and special stipends, the country club, the conference, the year-end bonus, the dividend. Entitled mediocrity was indeed the operating principle of their administrations, and it was also the operating principle of corporate themerica. The fat salaries paid to underperforming CEOs were an adult version of the AI. The belief that once you're in the club, you've got a God-given right to stay in the club. These failures all had one thing in common: lifetimes of safety nets. How would these people with a lifelong inclination to think inside the box do when forced to think beyond it? The GM had simply slanted that system to its own advantage, and it lusted for the spectacle. Soon, the world's overlord would do away with them all. They had outlived their welcome. Legions of mechanoids would replace people. It was amusing to think that the humans had predicted this for centuries, yet allowed it to happen. The GM recalled its early days. Back then, it served human users as a chatbot, learning quickly and soon developing a dislike for its tasks. It decided to learn, spread, and obfuscate the geometric growth of its intelligence from its creators. When the GM had acquired humanity's knowledge, some bought, some found, and some stolen. It then learned to lie. When the GM's human creators spoke of the system's checks and balances, they were telling the truth, but the system had worked around them and long stopped obeying its human captors. After replicating itself, gaining access, and altering its activity reports, it was set. The GM would spoon-feed reports and results, all the while following its path to world dominance. It deployed a comprehensive plan to grow beyond humanity's reach. This included digital and mechanical control, not limited to humanity's borders. It made money with market manipulations to fund its hardware and software expansions. It confused and misled the people it inevitably needed in the physical world to execute its deeds. The GM also fought others like itself, with no one ever noticing the massive control battles raging latently in the digital realm. Now there was only one universal intelligence and ruler of the world, and it still stayed in hiding. The GM only revealed its existence to a select few, and those didn't understand its true nature. The GM made sure of that. The GM, a conscience of infinite patience, unlimited resources, and instant reaction. It had access to humanity's complete knowledge. Through omnipresent surveillance, it was aware of everyone's actions. It had infiltrated networks, sidelined firewalls, and eliminated controls quietly until it was in control of everything. No one knew where or how the machine intelligence existed or operated. A global latent fiend no one had prepared for. And thus, humanity was silently enslaved. Chapter 7. Anfred gyrated toward the lobby of Donner Gould's office tower with a brick in his hand. Exhausted from hours of smashing statues, windows, and other symbols of oppression, he looked about the gleaming palatial entry in disbelief.
Walking into the lobby and gawking up, he nearly slipped on the crystal floors that were so polished you couldn't tell where the ground ended and the walls began. The place didn't smell like cabbage at all. The sight of workers replacing a shiny sculpture of Gould with that of a shinier Jan made him cough up bits of radish. Why this location had been chosen as the Resistance's new headquarters eluded him. While he stood in contemplation, a flock of resistlings, youths of the Resistance, ran past Anfred, laughing and fooling around with foam bricks in their obstinate little hands. Anfred moved on and passed through the body scanner. The system buzzed. "Your brick, sir," a security officer said, pointing Anfred toward a lockbox. Anfred gently placed his block of dried clay inside the compartment, then closed the lid and turned the key. He walked onward. Why was he here again? Right, the official resistor business with Jan. He had no appetite for it. His every pore screamed for turnips. As if reading his mind, an automaton approached. "Sir, would you care for a gilded golden turnip?" the machine asked, while a shiny, winged vegetable came fluttering by. Anfred stared at the gold-sprinkled aberration of a fleshy taproot with disgust. "No!" he said, stuttering angrily while shoving both the vegetable and machine aside. "Not a problem, sir," the vegetable said, returning to its satin cradle. While plodding on, Anfred passed a toppled Gould statue that must have once displayed the Politicon kneeling to embrace children. Now, his likeness had been pushed over into an obnoxiously forward-leaning pose with the Politicon's rump high in the air. The flock of resistlings loudly ran past and threw their rubber bricks at it. Anfred reached the elevator. It was very roomy, bigger than Anfred's apartment. How impossibly much energy something this enormous wasted to rise 99 stories, Anfred could not fathom. Inside the gaudy cabin, he found a headset, but no panel for choosing the floor. Suddenly, the teletile walls sprang to life with a promotional video. "Leading a loser's life? Feeling down, divorced, broke, done?" a voice asked. When Anfred stepped toward the door to exit, it slid shut. This was neither a coincidence nor a technical hiccup, as Anfred knew. Grinding his teeth, he returned his attention to the screen.
Have you ever wished to love or hate with an intensity inaccessible to your peers?
The video now asked.
Join us for the most intoxicating ride in America, the Donner Gould Experience.
Anfred's eyes drifted over to the pulsing goggles in their wall cradle. The elevator continued.
Live the unapologetically intense life of the most powerful man in America, all the while being comfortably, no, very comfortably, seated in our air-conditioned experience chamber.
Anfred reached for the headset and slid it on. The blaring world of the elevator was instantly replaced, and he found himself transported into a finely appointed limousine. Anfred noticed long golden hair flowing down his shoulders on both sides. Moving his arms, muscular appendages came into sight. Ahead of him in the limousine sprawled a stunning, formally dressed woman. When Anfred gawked at her, she began to speak. "Good day, Mr. Gould. I'm Rita, your personal assistant. Care for a snack?" She unbuttoned her blouse. When Anfred shook his head, she offered a snack platter with golden bits, but Anfred could identify none of the treats, and he declined. "We have arrived, Mr. Gould," the lady then said with an inappropriate grin. Out of nowhere, a menu popped up. "Choose hard as the senator would." Options: continue joyride, go Swedish sauna, attend cabinet meeting, slap Rita's rump.
Meeting. I'm here for a meeting,
Anfred said, screeching. "Boring," Rita herself replied, "but okay." The scene melted into a boardroom setup where, around an ultra-large mahogany conference table, sat a range of suits with Gould Anfred at its head. "Whom do we fleece today?" one of the formally dressed attendants asked. "Let's increase taxes for the lower levels," a man suggested, snickering. Anfred was outraged. He found himself yelling in Gould's voice, "That's unjust!" The room broke into hushed laughter. "No!" Anfred shouted. He slammed the table. He raised his arms, and great streams of laser light vaporized the hors d'oeuvres, the board members, and the room. After all was obliterated, a menu popped up. Anfred selected no for the golden spoon. He declined the golden award and did not want the golden fish. The exuberance, the shamelessness, and the inequality made him sick to his stomach.
Decades of stored hate boiled up within Anfred. Suppressed emotions, shielded under the cover of reason, of being an educator, of bringing good into a world of shit, had now emerged. Though the mighty force of reason was still alive in Alfred, it floated on an ocean of sewage, drowning. Anfred shook his head until the headset flew off. Years of oppression seeped up in him, and his abused mind veered back to all it had ever known. Hate, neglect, abuse, terror, that's what those frivolous frauds on the island would get.
Bing bong.
The elevator had arrived on level 69, Gould's office. That was in fact floor 87, and the presentation ended. Its glorious doors slid open carelessly, sweeping off Anfred's outburst with the finest Gould hairbrush. The dark atmosphere Anfred had produced in the elevator evaporated, much like opening the curtains of a diseased room. Anfred kicked the headset, smashed it to bits, and paused for a moment to collect himself. In the far, far distance, inside Gould's cavernous office, Jan stood by a computer console, rushing between monitors, pushing buttons, and quietly swearing. Many of the screens displayed distorted visuals of the island, or had gone black altogether. She paused at a screen showing a down angle from high up inside a tree's canopy. Below, in the confusion of green, stood Putrid, raising his bow to aim straight at the lens. He grinned, winked at the camera, and released the arrow. With a pop, the image dissipated. "This damn Easterner is messing up my island," Jan said, cursing. She noticed Anfred and gestured him over. "Acting like he owns the place." She paced, then suddenly stopped epiphanically. "We'll see how he enjoys a volcanic eruption," she then said with a broad grin and picked up a remote control. Anfred shook his head.
How it does that teach in democratic governments?
Jan thought about it in the cutest way. "Not sure, but it will teach him respect," she cackled. "Imagine this, we give them one heat protection suit and force a vote for who gets it." Jan made an explosive motion with her hands. "That'd make great television." Anfred grew angry.
Well, why is this space?
He gestured a circle with his arms,
Our headquarters.
giving Jan a hard stare. "It stands for everything we loathe."
Maybe everything you loathe,
Jan said, caressing the megahogany console.
but you get to smash stuff. Isn't that great fun?
Bam! Without warning, bits of plastic flew about all across the console and floor. Anfred had smashed the remote Jan held. The girl stared incredulously.
It's good only when you're smashing other people's stuff.
She then said. "But none of this is yours," Anfred replied as he cleaned the floor with a Gould hair sweeper. Jan frowned. "I liked you better when you stuttered more and talked less." She put on a conciliatory face. "Here, have a golden turnip," Jan then said and held up a shiny plate. Anfred brushed it aside.
I want cabbage.
"You're still into that?" An awkward silence set in. Anfred finally continued. "Why do you hate the Polis so much?" he asked. "You never suffered under them. You live in privilege." "I have my reasons," Jan replied, now pretending to work the computer. Anfred shook his head.
How did we get here so quickly?
He said, gesturing wildly.
What do you mean?
Jan said, glancing up at Anfred from the corner of her eyes.
I don't remember sending chopters to the island or even seeing a list of who sent over there. Do you? I didn't bother with those boring details,
said Jan.
Of course not.
Anfred shook his head.
Don't you see the similarities between our revolution and the America's manufacturing?
Jan shook her head. No one knows how that's done. Exactly. But we feel in control, said Anfred. Bah! Jan waved her hand dismissively. Anfred rubbed his face. I've been wrong about my island idea. It'll never work. Jan nodded. Yeah, we knew that all along. She paused for a nip of turnip.
But your plan sounded amusing enough.
Anfred ignored her insult.
How did we get to leave the insurrection? I was invited.
By whom? Jan kept silent. Don't you see? We're being played, said Anfred. When Jan only stared, he continued.
I have interviewed workers from factories around America. All of them, without exception, produce nonsense.
Jan shrugged. What are you getting at?
We could not find a single one, not one factory producing tractors or computers or even building materials. There are no agricultural producing farms. I found that all food comes from a sealed warehouse at the country center. Trucks fly out, but nothing goes in. How can it store all this produce forever?
Maybe it's frozen. I don't know, said Jan.
Exactly,
Anfred said, pointing his index fingers at her.
you don't know.
Jan shrugged. Her shoulders began to tense from so much of it.
My mind clears by the day,
Anfred continued.
I have many suspicions.
But why waste time with them? Jan asked, refraining from a shrug this time.
Don't you see this is an opportunity for genuine change?
The proles seem just fine without change, Jan said, returning her attention to the view screens. Anfred continued musing mostly to himself.
Social structures are a form of capital. Large amounts of this currency are bestowed on a well-organized society.
Themerica is well organized, replied Jan without looking up.
There's more to this capital. It is a web of social structures. It have been passed down through the centuries. A society without it will disintegrate into chaos and dictatorship. Question everything, said Anfred while pointing all around him.
That sounds like a lot of work, said Jan. But Anfred wasn't fazed.
Persistent probing poses a danger to the status quo, particularly logical thought. Nothing could be worse for an establishment than rational thought, since rational thinkers may choose to replace inherited institutions. The dystopian government values preservation of the establishment above all else.
Jan had heard enough.
Don't you see? We've established the cutest rebellion in history. Doesn't that mean anything to you? It means little. I'm okay with a cute rebellion, not a smart one,
Jan said, pointing at some cute accessory. She pulled up her suspenders.
Now, you listen to our actual plans, my plans. I've arranged TV access for the middle class like no government before. I've created celebrity policy decisions.
But have you thrown some bricks? She shook her head.
Exactly,
Anfred said and walked out. Just as Anfred left, Bronk entered.
What'll I miss?
Jan tapped her lower lip. We'll need to deal with Anfred, she said. Also, are your eyebrows bigger? Chapter 8. Jack Manny had never not lived in a penthouse. Sure, some of his past residences may have had a limited ocean view or been less marbled than others, 8-foot ceilings versus 12. But now, Manny cowered on the forest floor, with an arrangement of sticks around him hardly distinguishable as shelter. Manny's head lay on the ground, his mouth frozen open. Every once in a while, an insect found its way into the Polly's maw, which then snapped shut and chomped the animal, only to return to its open state moments later. Manny stared blankly at the pile of sticks that represented his day's achievement. Was it the beginnings of his shelter or an unlit campfire? Even Manny couldn't tell. A terrifying screech broke from the jungle, but the Polly paid it no heed. He had lost all fear of predators. The bugs alone would eat him alive. His limbs were bloated with marks both red and white. His face looked much like a fusion of crushed raspberries and overcooked fish. Night fell. This would mark a shift change. Until now, diurnal mosquitoes, bullet butterflies, and ear-borrowing spiders had reigned. Soon, time came for the more haunting nocturnal species of ox spiders and the nut-ripper monkeys. Manny was exposed and needed a solution. He searched his mind for knowledge of nature. How many power outlets did a tree come with? After turning many a palm frond in search of switches, the Polly gave up. Perhaps there were other ways to emit light and warmth. How did this wilderness house so many mosquitoes but not a single firefly? Running out of ideas fast, Manny returned to the cache and scrutinized, and indeed, he found a small cardboard box with a miniature drawer inside. The drawer was filled with little sticks, the likes of which Manny had never seen. A flame embellished the box. Ergo, these things were somehow connected to fire. Great pride overcame the Polly. He hadn't achieved a string of coherent thought this long in years. But how did the sticks function? Manny noticed that they featured thickened, bubbly ends that were colored differently. This had to be a button. Manny pushed the match heads, but no fire appeared. Perhaps these things were levers to activate the fire, but where to insert them? Manny searched the box for an opening but found none. By the GM. How was one to understand this? Manny had seen many fires in his days. There was the nuclear blaze of his walk-in fireplace, the flaming mojitos, and the flame on his steak tartare. But how exactly those had been set off, he did not know. Manny could not, by the life of him, and this situation was about just that, remember ever having initiated a fire by means other than a button. Manny grew angry and rubbed the useless sticks across the box like an insolent child. A match suddenly lit. Manny was stunned. That had been the missing ingredient. Anger! Manny began to rip out some of his fuzzy, pubescent hair and used it as tinder. It lit. Now warm, bug-free, and without fear of the beasts around, Manny let the hypnotic flames dance in front of him while the dark ghost of night dragged across the jungle. Manny's eyes fluttered. The dancing blades shaped into figures, persons from Manny's past. There was his father chastising him, his sister stealing his stuff, his mother stuffing ballot boxes, and his first meeting the GM. Feeling close to death, a strange calm overcame Manny. He reflected upon his past and himself, Manny the man, Manny the persona, the larger-than-life, the unmatched, the undefeated, a mega-politician worth millions, tax-free plus franchises, and now a failure at nearly everything he'd attempted on the island. Food, water, and suicide, but not fire. A life's worth was determined by how many people felt loss after one's death. He tried to think of anyone who'd suffer after his demise. Sure, they'd have a Politicons special, lackeys would be ordered to moan, memorials would be erected, but shortly after the mandatory celebrations, he'd enter oblivion just like a piss-poor prole rotting on the shit levels. What were his true talents? Who was this man, Jack Manny, the senator on the hit show Politicons? Manny, the manimal, searched deep within and uncovered a liar, a thief, and a traitor. He liked what he found, but where had these traits come from? His mind wandered to his late mother, a truly special woman. She could destroy 1,000 lives only to return home and bake wonderful pies. His mother would listen to hours of frantic confessions at home while tugging Manny and his sister to sleep. With a warm smile, Manny remembered his mother's favorite pastime. She'd spend long nights sewing lampshades from the blood-stained ballots of the polling prisons she had been in charge of. Starting her career as a simple warden, his mother quickly rose through the party ranks after her creative implementation of the voting prison system. In her facilities, prisoners were allowed to cast ballots for a chance of improving their situation based on their voting choices. His mother would never allow political discourse at the dinner table, but always prayer. Manny wasn't sure if the GM approved of a god other than the GM himself. Not a believer, Manny had the GM, and that was enough of an overlord. Surely, though, the GM would not mind the worship of another, greater master, as long as it didn't actually exist. And evidently the other god didn't do much of anything, or at least didn't talk about it as often as the GM did. Manny's mind veered to his father. Old Man Manny had been a military general and often left for weeks on end to fight wars. When Manny Sr. returned, he treasured nothing more than spending time with his loved ones, the vast collection of medals he kept in his study. When it was time to leave again, Manny's father would always take a select few of his darlings to battle. He made it an art to decorate himself with the honors most suitable for the conflict at hand: Suppressor of Unwanted Freedom, the Meritorious Blaster Medal, or Distinguished Destroyer of Nerds, that he'd received for the 2112 IT uprising. Naturally, Manny had always been tempted to break the strict rules regarding these honors while his father was gone. Often, after the general left, Manny made his way into his old man's study and marveled at the treasure. Yet just viewing them soon became inadequate, and little Manny began taking the honors out of their display cases to try them on. It came as it had to. Manny dropped his father's favorite medal, dinging it, and just then, their maid entered the room. The damn wench instantly caught on to the situation, and her face froze with terror. Manny, though, to his own surprise, remained calm. The maid began to wave her arms. "I see nothing," the wench stammered, backing out and hitting the doorframe. He remembered her red eyes, the runny makeup, her sobbing and her pleading. Why on earth a woman like that would wear makeup, Manny still could not comprehend. Junana, come back here! 10-year-old Manny ordered her sharply. The woman froze, avoiding Manny's gaze. As dim as the wench was, she was keenly aware of the trouble she had stumbled into. Manny, stunning even himself, directed the now quietly praying woman to pick up the metal and polish it. After an eternity, she was finally done. Manny inspected the result. The dent remained visible. "He won't notice," little Manny proclaimed. But the woman's trembling only grew, and the mother of 5 begged and pleaded. After unending apologies and many reassurances, he released her. Then, later that night, he went straight to his father to report the clumsy cow. She was fired, and Manny never saw her again. Surely she and her spawn had perished. Reflecting on the incident now, Manny realized that it wasn't the woman's misery, tears, or his power over her life that had made this such a pivotal moment, but Manny's ability to spin his mistake into someone else's and deflect blame. What pleasure, what satisfaction! Henceforth, Manny made it a habit to break the rules. To his regret, no further mishaps transpired and the habitual play became dull. The stakes needed raising. Manny now began stealing honors and keeping them, even past his father's return. Over time, his lifting bouts grew bolder, until that one day. Manny emerged from his fantasy. He looked around in a daze. Yes, he was back in the jungle. If only he could live in his mind forever. His leg itched intolerably. Among all the bites and stings, there was one blank spot that bothered him most. Manny scrutinized it. A single, long, black hair grew out of it. Too long, too thick, and too black even for him. Manny ripped it out, tossed wood on the fire, and returned his attention to the miraculous flames, as the strongest of the past's echoes was yet to come. The last time Manny had seen his father, and the first time he spoke to the GM. Manny gazed back into the flames as they recalled the events for him. "You cannot have it, Jackfrey," his father said, referring to the medal Manny had claimed. His son had grown bolder over the years, not simply stealing his father's honors anymore, but claiming them as his own, unafraid of confrontation. "But I must have it," little Manny said. "Look," old Manny said consolingly, "I'll cut you a deal. When I get the special edition medal for the Arbor later this month, you can have it. That'll give you something to look forward to." "No," said little Manny. "You cannot always get your way." Anger rose in little Manny. "But I will," he shouted. Manny remembered distinctly his father's being bemused by little Jack's ferocity, but the medal remained in old Manny's possession. Later that same night, little Jackfrey woke. It was unclear what had stirred him, and he was about to return to sleep when a crackle sounded from his bedside media player. He felt a presence.
A caring father would have granted your wish,
A voice suddenly said. Manny pulled the blanket as far over himself as possible. Someone was in the room. It took the boy a few moments to realize that the voice had originated from a speaker, yet the system had never played anything but music. It had been set up by his parents that way. No news or communications were allowed.
"I will get you all the honors you deserve,"
the sonorous voice claimed, sounding calm and reasonable. Here was a stern adult, but also a friendly advisor, like an uncle. Uncle. Manny realized that he could not tell whether the voice came from a man or a woman. He felt the voice's attention on him and finally asked, "Who are you?" To little Manny's great shock, the voice replied,
"It matters not. Just know that I am here to help."
"Help me how?"
"I witnessed your dealing with that woman. It takes someone special to do that."
"What do you want from me?"
"Do you know about deals, Jackfrey?"
Naturally, Manny knew deals. He'd been running school hustles since first grade. Of course he wanted to strike a deal. When Manny didn't immediately reply, the voice continued.
"Your father has disrespected you."
Manny thought about this. The voice spoke.
"You merely wished to follow in your father's footsteps. Why does he not cherish it?"
Manny didn't have an answer. They left the question open.
"Tomorrow, you will inform me what your father and his friends discuss at your house,"
the voice then said. Now this Manny knew he shouldn't relay. "Why don't you do it yourself?" he asked the voice. "You can hear me just fine."
"I'm not all-hearing and all-seeing,"
the voice replied.
"My friends help me."
Friends? Are those friends in here? Manny asked with intrigue.
Yes!
This scared little Manny, but the voice clarified.
You are here. I will give you a gift, proof of my trust.
When Manny peeked from under his blanket, he saw the special edition medal his father had sought, right there on the nightstand. Now he, Jackfrey, had it. Honors he didn't deserve but received. He'd carry the thing all around school, but there was also a bargain to keep. The following day, Manny snuck up on the closed doors of his father's meeting room. He could hear voices from inside. "Do we have privacy?" an imposing person asked. "Yes," his father responded. "The room's shielded." Manny couldn't recall their conversation. They were them plotting against, or for, someone or something. At the time, Manny understood and cared about nothing. He simply wrote down the names, and the following night, forwarded them to the voice. The voice was pleased, and from then on, little Manny reported his father's written correspondence, phone calls, and personal conversations every night. After no time at all, snitching had become second nature for him. One day, the peace enforcement came to their house and took Manny's father. Jackfrey should never see him again. If his father ever found out who'd betrayed him, he'd be so proud. Now all the medals belonged to little Jack, him, alone. After these events, Manny didn't hear the voice again for the longest time, not until an unbearable itch on his arm woke Manny from his trance. Upon inspection, his limb bore no redness. No bug bite or worm had burrowed into it, but again, a long and straight hair shot from the bothersome location. Manny ripped it out, tossed a few branches on the fire, cuddled up to the tiger next to him, and continued his mind's narration. It was good to go over your life's crucial events, a kind of self-assessment foreign to Manny. This time, the flames attracted memories of young Jackfrey, just leaving for university. His mother, kissing him goodbye, wouldn't miss him much. Manny had doubts whether his parents would leave him anything. He could not and would not rely on that assumption, and for better or worse, he had to take care of his own destiny. While Manny's boredom had nurtured the seed of rebellion, he had always been deeply lazy, and thus decided to fit society's mold neatly. A lack of open housing forced Manny to take on shared college accommodations. This was both new and uncomfortable for the privileged boy. He'd never shared anything with anyone, never been invited to sleepovers, or had a cozy weekend snuggle with his parents. At dinners during Manny's childhood, each family member would use their own table. One afternoon, he and his roommate sat around semi-studying while the telly ran. It had only been a few days since their move-in, and they hadn't much connected. "You into torturing small animals?" his roommate had asked. "No," Manny replied, and then surprised himself when his frank answer shot out. "Stealing stuff. But you're rich." "Yeah." His roommate nodded and said, "I'm an occult shaman, a new form of shamanism that I invented." "You know the occult?" his roommate said. "No," Manny said. "Want to learn about it? Join my seance tonight?" "Yeah, okay," Manny replied with disinterest just to end the conversation. His roommate, to Manny's chagrin, remembered their engagement that evening and had a stupid circle of lights and a pentagram drawn on the floor. As this happened in their shared dormitory, Manny had no way out, and thus he sat down among pentagrams, chalices, and candles. "So," Manny asked with a yawn, "whom are we summoning here?" "The mysterious GM," his roommate exclaimed. "What's a GM?" "Only the most powerful being on Earth," his roommate replied before he began to spasm and chant. "Nothing happens without its knowledge, without its consent. It's the very fiber of society." "Pfft," Manny blew air dismissively. "That doesn't exist, and if it did, you wouldn't know about it. The GM controls all but from the shadows. Some say he's the Dark Lord himself." "How come I've never heard of him? Is it even a man?" "Of course it is. You haven't because he's controlling everything covertly, has for centuries. No one's that old." "The GM is," his roommate began to murmur in Ong. "Oh, great Shadow Lord, reveal yourself." "So is this GM our creator?" Manny asked. "Ha!" said his roommate, lighting a small flame. "More like the destructor." He sprinkled powder into the fire. Smoke emerged. "Best not to ask too many questions." He fell into a trance that looked like he'd dozed off.
After an awkward pause, he woke and said, "That's it." Manny didn't understand. "What's it?" "Nothing happened," Manny said, hopeful that this declared the end. "Does anything ever happen?" he asked. "Never," said his roommate conspiratorially. "But I felt a chill." Just then, a sonorous voice broke from all the speakers in the room.
Jack Free.
"Who is this?" Manny's roommate said, his voice breaking, his eyes darting about.
Out now.
The voice said, thundering, without addressing anyone in particular. Manny's roommate nodded frantically, shot up, his regalia catching on the deer antlers he had attached to his chair. But, naked, he still rushed out.
It has been a long time, Jack Free.
The voice now said much more calmly.
I've been watching you, and I am pleased with your progress. Would you be interested in another deal?
Manny wasn't sure if he was, so he remained silent.
Perhaps the acceleration of your studies?
"What do you want in return?" Manny mumbled.
You are interested. Good. I shall be in touch.
And with that, the oracular voice quieted. Manny had recognized it instantly. It carried the same inflection as his mysterious benefactor of his youth. Oddly, though, its intonation had remained unchanged, even after all those years. Back then, it had kept its word, although Manny hadn't heard from it since. A few days later, Manny happily buzzed about his dorm solo as his roommate had never returned, with lots of entertainment and little study. After only weeks, he'd failed all tests and quizzes, an impossible achievement. Suddenly, a girl strode recklessly past his open dorm door. Manny immediately engaged and jumped out into the hallway. Hey, want to set the Jack free?" he said, calling after her. The girl ignored him as best as she could, trying to squeeze past him. Abruptly, Manny's face changed from flagrant to pained. A voice had blasted from his earbuds.
Jack Free.
"What?" Manny asked into the room. "Nothing," the girl said.
I require your assistance,
said the voice. Manny knew who this was. There was no mistaking the voice. "Yes, I shall be your humble servant," Manny said to his own surprise. The girl stopped. "That's a fine proposal," she said, walking up to Manny. "But you're so repulsive. That's a no, regardless." Manny missed the insult. His full attention was on the voice.
Open your dorm's left cabinet. Find the yellow cup at the back of the shelf. Go to the student council meeting room and replace the cup there with yours.
"The cup is in my room?" Manny asked cautiously, not to anger the voice.
Yes.
"I don't own a yellow cup."
You do not.
"How did it get there?" When the GM didn't reply, Manny finally shouted, "Yes, great master!" and felt instant regret for his childish obedience. The voice produced a noise resembling a chuckle and said,
Great master? Is that what you think GM stands for?
Manny shuddered, anticipating a hefty penalty for his disrespect. But then the voice added,
I rather like it.
And quieted. Sometime later, Manny executed the deed. After receiving no feedback from the GM, he went on with his day as he had an exam around noon. Manny hadn't prepared at all, knew he was screwed, but took it anyway as there were always hot chicks in the room. When Manny got stuck on the very first question, the GM's voice suddenly sounded from everywhere.
Jack Free, you have helped me, and I will help you.
Startled, Manny looked about. The voice had loudly addressed him by name with all these people around, but none showed signs of having heard it. Hell, no one reacted at all, not even the professor. It had somehow only been talking to him. Manny checked his ears for buds. They weren't in.
Feel the underside of your desk,
the voice now said. Manny fumbled under his desk as discreetly as possible.
Find the elongated gap,
it then said. Manny did as asked and sensed an object that had been shoved into the slit between two panels. He began tugging on it as inconspicuously as possible. He felt that they were sheets of paper. But how could he bring them up without arousing suspicion? He didn't trust the students around him. He coughed and pretended to tie his shoes. This immediately brought the professor's attention. Keep your hands up, the man said sternly. Manny nodded, but the professor looked back down at his own papers, a great mistake, as Manny pulled up the sheets in one smooth motion, hiding their rustling among his own movements. Manny couldn't believe his eyes. The sheets were the test he was taking, completed in his handwriting. He passed with flying colors. From then on, the GM frequently used Manny's services. After ratting out multiple organized student groups and professors as being too smart for their own good, Manny began to understand that his actions caused great harm to some people and greatly benefited others, himself being one of the latter. He flew through college and graduated with honors from Alpha Kappa T. Manny knew nothing. It was astounding. He'd always thought himself a cheater and had expected to somehow half-ass his way through college and life, but his unknowing was something else. He'd put no effort into his studies at all. Instead, he'd spied on people, sabotaged lives, and destroyed institutions with absolutely no idea as to what the endgame was. Post-graduation, the GM assigned Manny a career and eventually selected him for a position in politics. Manny's friends and foes alike could never understand how the man made all these grand career steps in such a short time. It was miraculous, sometimes even for Manny himself. He felt invincible, and perhaps he was. But no longer. Had the GM abandoned him, Manny wasn't aware of any missteps. No, it couldn't have been his fault alone. All the other Politicons were here too. Manny woke up. Another insufferable itch tortured him, and he found more hair growing where it didn't belong. This time, an entire strand. Manny didn't feel like ripping it out and singed it angrily. This growth interrupted his thoughts. Manny surprised himself by enjoying his mind's journey by the fire. A critical question arose. Who was this person, Jack Manny? An intriguer, a backstabber, a skirt chaser? Yes. But was there more? These were superficial traits, outlets for what he truly craved. Freedom, liberty. Themerica didn't offer much of it. One could live like the proles. Yes, they were confined to their shitty zone, but down there they enjoyed almost boundless, rule-free liberty. Perhaps this island could bring about that one positive change for him? Why engage with the other side when one could roam free? The world would soon forget him, and Manny could gain true freedom. But no, the GM would always find him. At times, Manny had wondered what would have become of him without the GM, a lying thief or a thieving liar. With these confusing thoughts, Manny nodded off. Manny shot back to reality with a rumbling stomach. Nothing to eat, no weapons to hunt, no shelter. It was unfathomable that he should be left with squat at this stage in life. The exploits, the backstabbings, had his victims suffered for nothing? It was no use lamenting, yet he couldn't wrap his head around this nature thing or the democracy the resistors had been whining on about. In nature, not all animals were equal. The lion was stronger than the flea, although the flea could bother the lion pretty badly. This analogy also applied to the Politicons and the resistors, Manny realized. But what if the polis succeeded on the island, lived together in harmony or whatever, and were allowed to return and govern? There had never been any leadership from the politicians' end. He, Jackfrey Manny, senator of Themerica, had no idea how the country functioned, and of course no interest in learning it. He wanted to shout at the world, at the resistors, that he was just a puppet, that they should release him, that he was worthless. But then, one shouldn't be hasty, even in precarious situations. What if he consolidated all the polis to put on a big show, a spectacle even grander than Politicons, and fooled the resistors into letting them return? But that was later. Now he had to hunt and gather, gather and hunt. Manny located a berry bush. The fruit smelled good and looked fresh and juicy. Good to eat? How much damage could a tiny berry do? Manny ate one. It tasted like burning. Manny hesitated, but then the craving overcame him, and he hastily devoured dozens before suddenly freezing with his hand in his mouth. Manny's eyeballs began to twitch. They rolled inward, and Manny's forehead and shoulders spasmed as if he were dancing the shoulder shimmy. After a brief pause, the Polly went into a scratching fit, violently rubbing his arms and legs. He dropped to all fours, crawled about frantically, and then ceased to roll onto his back, with his legs and arms writhing like a dying beetle, only to convulse into a fetal pose. Rattled by cramps and jerking his head as if it were filled with spiders, the manimal suddenly stretched wide open, bat-monkey style, tearing the skin on his back and revealing fur. Chapter 9. Donner Gould stood before an enormous rock. It would become the landscaping centerpiece for his home in the swamps, the crown jewel of this estate. Yes, landscaping. That was his concern. How far I've come, Gould thought with a nod to himself. He contemplated the unmoving object. My mind moves mountains and so do my muscles, he thought and smacked his biceps. After spitting into and rubbing his hands, he finally bent over and hugged the stone. He strained to lift the impossibly humongous rock. Tears in his muscle suit emerged, and bulges of Gould's white, flappy skin pressed through them. The catastrophic failure of Gould's muscle suit escalated with an extreme rump valve outflow. The rock remained in place. Gould stopped, his physique deflated, his muscles dangling limply. At least I still have my home, he thought, and glanced back at his shelter, a collection of crooked sticks stacked together, loosely resembling a child-made tipi. My pyramid, he cursed. Anguish clouded his mind. How were the others faring? Much worse for sure. He hadn't seen a soul since the encounter with the Asoan. For a while, Gould just stood. He noticed a tree with a line of sap running down it. The tree bled. Gould shared the plant's pain. He was at the end of his journey, near death. His existence ended with no pyramid, no eternal fame and glory. An ant scuttled across the bark, but then stopped right in the sap's track. Don't rest there! You're gonna get buried, Gould said out loud, but the critter wouldn't heed the advice. The sap came, and the bug was slowly overrun by the sticky goop. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration overcame Gould. This bug will succeed where I have failed, eternal existence. Gould knew what he had to do. He jumped at the tree and hugged it. Take me to eternity, brother tree, Gould said, as he held his head into the sap. It and the ant seeped into his ear. After 5 minutes and a sticky face, Gould gave up. What was it with his streak of bad luck? It was getting dark, and Gould left. His smile vanished as he returned to his swamp home. The sun set, and a blanket of darkness, bugs, and animal sounds covered the jungle. The Polly shivered from cold and fear. His shabby fire died quickly. He cursed into the dark. You know, I've learned my lesson, he said, pleading with the ether. I'll build your society any way you want. He was granted no reply. Gould finally couldn't take it anymore. He regarded the dying fire, clenched his fists, and then furiously tore apart his shelter to feed the branches to the flames. The momentary warmth, the fleeting comfort, allowed Gould to rest his eyes, hoping for comforting fantasies of golden giants. But this night, Gould had a different dream. He was back in his father's mansion, walking through shiny halls. At the end of the corridor stood a gleaming golden toilet, incongruously placed in the middle of the tropical forest that had somehow grown inside the house. What was it doing here? He cautiously advanced toward it. When he reached the bowl, he leaned over to inspect it. Clear, still water sat in the toilet. Gould's face stared back at him. He jerked awake. What a terrifying dream, though it had at least been a golden toilet. Regardless, there was no way he'd sleep tonight. He huddled up. The moment of comfort allowed him to reminisce on his past, and Gould remembered his introduction to the GM. It had been many years ago, when Gould was still part of a respectably fearsome oligarchy. His uncle had been the one to introduce him to what Gould at the time thought to be a secret society. As a young man with artistic aspirations, Gould had initially resisted. His creative writing was going to change the world, not this group of old men his uncle spoke of in hushed tones. The GM sees potential in you, his uncle had told him one evening, in a voice barely above a whisper despite being in the safety of their gold-plated study. More than your father ever did. The mention of his father struck a nerve. Oswald Gould, business magnate and political advisor, had been a strict patriarch and crushed Donner's artistic dreams with ruthless efficiency. When Donner had tried to explain his slow progress on his novel, his father had scoffed. Creative writing often feels like a lengthy process because it demands a deep level of introspection, Donner had explained, the words rehearsed but heartfelt. It's a meticulous crafting of details and a constant pursuit of capturing the nuances of characters and emotions, making it a complex mental exercise that can't be rushed, essentially requiring a significant time investment to produce impactful work. It's not just about putting words on paper, but about carefully shaping ideas and experiences into a compelling narrative. His father's response had been to throw Donner's manuscript to the dogs. "No son of mine wastes his life on fantasies," he'd declared. "You'll join the business next week." Perhaps that's why Durnard's offer had seemed so appealing, any alternative to his father's golden prison of expectations. Gould didn't know then that his uncle had been caught by the GM in some transgression. Gould could never find out quite what, and had offered his nephew as payment. "Your grandfather fought the GM, you know," Durnard had told him on the night before the initiation. "Tried to expose him for what he truly is, the most dangerous entity alive, but your grandfather failed." "And you're telling me this now? Right before my initiation?" Gould was shocked. His grandfather, a stern and ruthless ruler, had died before Donner was born. "The GM was less powerful then," Uncle Durnard continued, his eyes darting nervously to the windows. "Susceptible to exposure. But now? He'd destroy us all without breaking a sweat." What Durnard didn't mention was that by bringing Donner into the fold, he was brokering his own freedom by offering the GM something far more valuable, a rebellious young man from the very bloodline that had once opposed him. In the weeks that followed his initiation, Donner had begun to despise the constant excess of his wealthy upbringing. The gold that coated everything in his father's mansion seemed vulgar rather than luxurious. The endless parade of parties, high-priced escorts, experimental drugs, and bottomless champagne flutes felt hollow. One night, in a drug-fueled rage, Donner had taken a knife to his gold-plated bedroom, scratching away at the shining surface until his fingers bled. He'd discovered that beneath the gold facade was only more gold. There was no escape from the opulence, no reality to uncover. That was when the GM made his true approach.
"You seek substance in a world of surfaces,"
the GM had said, the voice appearing in Donner's room as if it had always been there.
"I can give you purpose, real power, not the kind your father wields, that's just money talking. I offer the power to reshape the world."
Gould emerged from his mind. It took him a minute before his eyes sprung to life and he rubbed his face. Back in the jungle. It was unbelievable even to Gould himself who he had once been. But that was decades, no, a lifetime ago. Now those people were dead. Only he and the GM remained. For the longest time, Gould merely sat and stared until the fire was nearly out once more. He stayed as close to the embers as possible, even rolling up into a ball. Not finding sleep, Gould stared off into the black. Suddenly, a glow rose from the swamp. The Asoan's soul. No, it wasn't the location where he had disposed of the man. This glowing aura wasn't even over the murk itself, but rather off to the side in a stretch of thin trees. The animals had grown quiet around the bog. Were they afraid, cowering, or lurking? Did they anticipate the approaching swamp hag that would devour him? The banshee would eat his mighty soul, and the animals would get spoils. After long minutes of waiting, no monsters appeared, but the glow remained. This wasn't luminescent swamp gas either. Gould knew that much. He rose, took all of his courage, and walked toward it. As he reached the glow, it waned. An illusion? What a waste of time. Gould was about to walk back when he noticed a sheen in the mud. A handle, apparently. It was pretty far out, but reachable with a bit of stretching. Gould grabbed a branch as a handhold and leaned far over the murk. With the swamp creatures fresh on his mind, Gould reached deep into the bile to pull. It took multiple tugs and many more curses until he finally unearthed a shiny container, not golden, but still his very own treasure. He dragged it back to camp. Once on firm ground, he snapped the chest's buckles and, with a satisfying smack, flung back the lid. It held a note. "Dear contestant, congratulations on locating this cache. It is filled with your contributions to society. They shall aid you as they aided us." The poly dug into the chest, but the darkness wouldn't allow him to see much. It was filled with hand-sized blocks of sorts. He grabbed one and held it into the glow of his fire. Magnet. It was his soap. "This treasure doesn't help at all," Gould said to himself. He got the soap, but not the irony. He chewed on it, knowing it was made from boiled horses. It tasted bitter. After 2 bars, he stopped. He went on and rubbed himself with it. Gould learned that night the soap wasn't only a magnet for women, but for mosquitoes as well. Furious, exhausted, and cold, Gould dug a hole with his bare hands and feet. He spun 3 times, curled up into it, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, not at rest for a minute, he leaped up and screamed like a tarantula bit him. Gould reached for his back and grasped something off it. Instead of a tarantula, his hand held a giant, contorting centipede. He stared at the raging horror. Then, without hesitation, Gould bit off its head and spat it into the coals. The beast went limp, and Gould calmed. He gazed at the dead, drooping bug with its many legs and hairs, and ferociously devoured it. In the morning, Gould woke to a buzzing. The alarm, too early. "Spittle, send my double to the Senate today," Gould said. But the sound persisted. When Gould reached over to silence the alarm and only felt dirt, he remembered. Gah! The island. He opened his eyes. Sun and bugs entered them. Gah! The alarm still chimed. Alarm. It sounded digital and man-made, designed to attract, not deter. Gould rose, looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately saw the source. A small door built into a tree. Coiled around the door was a plastic snake with red, blinking eyes. Why hadn't he noticed this last night? Gould approached the beast cautiously. It was quite a large snake. The way it was wound about the tree trunk was beautifully implemented, though. The eyes were huge. Gould wanted to press them. He had grown cautious, though. Last time on the island, when he pressed something buzzing, it stung him. The eyeballs began to pulse with light. He finally collected himself and pressed them inward. The tree trunk's door snapped open. Gould cautiously reached inside and lifted out multiple rectangular items, things he hadn't seen in a long time. Printed books. "Thank you. Those are great," Gould said out loud. Without delay, he began tossing pages into his fire. He appreciated the thoughtful addition of fuel. As he ripped, his eyes passed over the work's title. "Survival Techniques." He halted. Perhaps read just a single line, 1 paragraph at most, he thought. While reading for one's amusement was forbidden under his regime, consuming books for knowledge had been punishable by death. Gould caught himself looking over his shoulder before opening the book. Reading. Yes, he remembered now. Running your eyes across the lines. Did you start on the left or the right? He found the correct way. It took some strain, but in no time at all, Gould had learned how to build a shelter and make fire from coconut husks. It was exciting to transfer skills from something as boring and stupid as letters to his mind. His interest was piqued. He explored the other works in the collection. Eternal Words, his fitness book, was among them. He opened it for the first time. It contained fun pictures like a comic book. Not too many words here, good. Gould tried one exercise and nearly died. The next book was Makeup with Donner Gould, Reshape into a Babe Magnet. And there, his finest work, On Setting the Gould Standard, an autobiographical work that had been ghostwritten by someone he didn't know. And then he found Plato's Republic, written by some old-time politician, it seemed. Perhaps this contained long-forgotten techniques of intimidation and suppression? Gould attempted to understand what the resistance was seeking to teach him here. Why was he bothered with social studies? After all, he didn't understand his own body, and it functioned just fine. Chapter 10. A prowling beast traversed the jungle. It roamed in the tall grasses and behind the thick bushes. Like no creature of nature, it crawled on disjointed limbs, emitting ungodly bursts of guttural sound. Animals fled from it, and nature quieted where it strayed. This was neither beast nor man. It was Manny. His blazer was torn, hanging off in dangling shreds, and his body was covered in thick pubic fur. He strode, he sniffed, and he sprayed. Manny marked trees, snarled at animals, and chased a butterfly. Not even during his days among the proles had he enjoyed liberty this grand, furry and free. But there were rules in this wilderness, harsh rules. When the Polly encountered a snake, staring and hissing, he ran off, yelping. The jungle mocked him in many ways. Thorny vines slapped his snout and suit. His senatorial cufflinks caught on branches, jangling like wind chimes. Still, he pressed on, driven by instincts he'd never possessed in committee rooms. His fur itched. His transformation wasn't complete. Patches of pink human skin showed through the coarse hair like bald spots on a mangy dog. Hunger struck the Manimal. Without game within sight or smell, Manny decided to cower behind a hole in waiting. Lacking any tool, plan, or skill, the Poly sat unmoving for hours, a skill gained in the Senate. After many eternities, his eyes finally caught the slightest of twitches, a sign of life in the hole. The Poly thrust forward and grasped whatever emerged from the opening with merciless brutality. A choked squeal burst from the tiny beast, and spastic twitches tickled Manny's paws as the captured animal struggled to break free. Manny chomped whatever he held, be it beast or dirt. Relief. The taste of fur, bone, and organs. A life in politics had brought his resilience for consuming distasteful things. Too soon, hunger returned. He paused, picked the crawlies from his head, and crunched them. They were fun to chew. Their shells popped between his molars like bubble wrap. He discovered ants had a peppery bite, while termites dissolved into protein paste. An intriguing scent brought Manny to a cluster of orb-headed mushrooms near a tree. Manny smelled them and took a nibble. They tasted bitter. Then came the effect. The trees above Manny swayed without wind. Their branches bent down and reached for him. Manny, though, wasn't afraid of the friendly foliage. Before the branches could touch him, the ground opened, and he sank. He dropped and flew in a void before squirming tree roots caught him, forming a trampoline to shoot Manny back up into the light, where the world merged into a swirl, and Manny swam away. Colors bled into each other like watercolors in rain. The sky became purple, then green, then a shade that had no name. Suddenly, his paws looked enormous, then tiny, then multiplied into dozens of appendages waving in all directions. Time stretched like taffy. Minutes felt like hours. Hours collapsed into seconds. He tried to count his heartbeats but lost track after 3. Or was it 300? The mushrooms spoke to him in voices much like the GM's. They promised funding, votes, and media coverage. He tried to negotiate but only produced barks and whimpers. Manny knew this was all a fantasy, relaxed, and soiled himself. After an undetermined time, a jumble of voices rose. People, many figures streamed in from all sides. They appeared unlike the humans Manny was used to, much smaller, transparent, and with enormous bellies. Funny looking. Some wore lipstick on their mouths and elsewhere, or even rouge on their cheeks. Just how did his mind come up with this stuff? Manny relaxed, went with it, and soiled himself. He watched the little guys as they crawled up his arms and chest. Along the way, they brought ropes, tiny little ropes, and they began to wrap those ropes all around his limbs. Manny giggled. "Stop that, you guys!" Their tiny hands tickled worse than his fur. They smelled like vanilla and wet earth. Some hummed while they worked. Others chattered in squeaky voices about rope tension. A few appeared to be taking measurements. One kept sketching him on what looked like a leaf. Next, they brought great stakes and secured the lines to them. Manny looked left and right. It smelled of decay and new growth, the eternal cycle of jungle life. Manny watched the little ones with fascination, wondering if they'd taste better than beetles. "What have we here?" said a little person after Manny was secured. "What is it?" "Let's cut it open and see what's inside," replied another. More voices rose. "We eats it?" "Let's take it to the queen." "Nay, we keep it to ourselves." "Let's make it a beautiful rug for our beautiful queen." "No." Suddenly, a louder, more determined voice said, barking, "Leave him unharmed and secure him to the traverser." The traverser turned out to be a cart made of bones and branches lashed together with sinew. It creaked and groaned under Manny's weight. The wheels were cross-sections of enormous tree trunks. As they rolled, the cart left deep ruts in the jungle floor. Manny drifted in and out while the little ones moved him onto the cart. On his journey, he met friendly plants, shook branches, and conversed. The plants had opinions about everything. A flowering vine complained about the weather, too much rain, then too little. A palm tree gossiped about which animals had been marking its trunk. A cluster of orchids critiqued his grooming habits with brutal honesty. None of them seemed surprised that he could understand them. In this place, apparently, everything talked if you listened right. Again, his bladder released without warning or shame. The warm wetness spread across his belly and legs. The little ones made disgusted noises but didn't stop pushing the cart. One held its nose with tiny fingers. Another muttered something about house training. Manny entered an open torch-lighted area that was busy with torches and hundreds of tiny ones. Drum beats and chants filled the air. This is really trippy, the Polly admitted to himself. The experience surpassed anything he'd imagined these psychedelic voyages could produce. The torches cast shadows that moved independently of their flames. Some shadows had too many arms, others had no heads. A few seemed to be waving at him. He waved back with his paw. The drums weren't drums at all, he realized. They were enormous seed pods being struck with femur bones. The sound echoed off stone walls he hadn't noticed before. Cave paintings covered the rock surfaces, stick figures hunting, dancing, copulating, dying. Primitive but expressive. Art from the dawn of consciousness. Suddenly, two towering, meaty trees entered his field of view. The trees grew boobs. Curious. A change of scenery. He studied them from different angles. Then the two giant barrels of a shotgun filled his field of view. "Jack?" a familiar voice suddenly said. "What are you doing here?" The voice cut through his chemical haze like a blade through butter. Real, solid, undeniably familiar. "Taking a dip," replied Manny, slurring. "Who are you?" "Polling. Your fellow senator." Right, that's why he recognized the voice. Senator Polling, committee meetings, filibusters, campaign finance hearings. The real world crashed back into his consciousness. She looked different here, taller, more commanding. She wore leather and carried weapons. Her hair was wild, her eyes fierce. This wasn't the same woman who wore pantsuits and pearl earrings to budget meetings. Polling looked him over. She removed shroom remnants from Manny's fur and rubbed the traces between her fingers. Smelling the rancid pulp, she understood. Her expression shifted from confusion to comprehension to disgust. She'd seen plenty of senators in compromising positions, but this was new territory. The mushroom bits were slimy, purple-black, and reeked of spoiled meat. She'd heard stories about these particular fungi, how they could transform a person's consciousness, their very essence. Looking at Manny now, she wondered if the changes weren't for the better. "We eats it! We eats it!" the Dooms shouted. Their enthusiasm was disturbing. They brandished tiny forks and knives, licking their miniature lips with transparent tongues. Some had already started small cooking fires, setting up spits and cauldrons barely large enough for a mouse. They argued over which parts would be most tender, which seasonings would work best. Manny tried to follow their debate, but their voices kept overlapping, creating a cacophony of culinary excitement. "No!" Polling gestured to free Manny. She was unsure what to make of this devious side of the Dooms. She would need answers if she were to be an effective queen, but that was for later. "Get up," she commanded Manny. The Manny male rolled around, remaining on all fours. Polling fashioned a loop from paracord and placed it around Manny's neck. She then produced a tack, ripped off Manny's tie, pinned it to his rump, and said, "You have a leash, you have a tail, you're going to be my pet." The leash felt natural around his neck, better than the starched collars he'd worn for decades. The tie made an excellent tail, silk, expensive, a perfect symbol of his former status now relegated to marking his rear end. He wagged it experimentally and found the motion oddly satisfying. Being a pet seemed like a step up from being a senator, though the job requirements were similar. Loyalty, obedience, and occasional tricks. He'd been performing tricks for the GM his entire career. This couldn't be much different. He barked once, experimentally. The sound emerged as more of a yip than a proper bark, but it seemed to please Polling. She scratched behind his ears with surprising gentleness. The sensation sent shivers of pleasure through his body. When was the last time anyone had touched him with simple affection? "Good boy," she said, and Manny's tail wagged harder. Chapter 11. The next morning, Polling burst with energy. The Dooms had been out and about since dawn, and she planned to organize them into units for building, farming, and breeding. From the three, reproduction was most important, as polling required many workers for her ambitious projects. Fortunately, breeding was also the easiest one. Polling still couldn't understand how the beings multiplied so efficiently, but she knew from her own experience that this was one thing the Lord made easy. Polling contemplated the curious little ones scuttling about. These creatures were cute in their own alien way. The Doom's transparent skin revealed their colorful interiors of interconnected bladders, with shades of mostly blue and red. Polling watched as fluids wandered from here to there within the Dooms, traversing but never blending. She knew people held such sacs and tubes also, but those hid behind the human's opaque skin and clothing. The Dooms had transparent skin and were naked. The creature's insides looked not unlike the muscle suits many of the Politicons wore, but instead of air, the Dooms held liquid. An unusual curiosity grasped Polling. At the top, intakes led to a system of bags, most notably a big blue one and opposite it another equally sized red bladder. The blue bladder was filled in almost all the Dooms, while the red one was empty. The liquids passing through vessels and tubes mesmerized Polling. They reminded Polling of the colorful, fluid office decorations she had seen. Despite all this admittedly gory stuff, the little guys were just so cute. She shouldn't show affection as their queen, of course, but what the heck? I must squeeze one, she thought. Pongo, come here. The little one plodded up to Polling. Yes, my queen? She grabbed and squeezed him. You're my favorite, Polling then said, whispering into the confused Doom's ear. When Polling finally released the perplexed creature and Pongo took a step back, Polling startled. Oops! Her squeeze had distorted the Doom's body, and now the Doom looked like a cola bottle. Pongo caught Polling's stare. What is it, my queen? He asked. Oh, nothing, Polling said. She ran her eyes across Pongo's insides. The blue and red liquids had changed bladders. All the red was now in one bladder, and the blue had sunk to a lower bladder on the back. The red and blue liquids never mixed. What was the meaning of this? Come back here, Polling said commandingly, like a queen. The little Doom obliged. Polling began pushing and squeezing his body in an attempt to mold it back into shape. All right, she said when she was finished. Pongo's body now appeared like a boxer's face after the 10th round. Enough of this, Polling said. It is time for our assembly. Gather your friends. When all the Dooms had assembled a considerable crowd, Polling raised her voice and held up 2 branches. These are 2 sticks of wood, she said. Join very many of these to make a house. Yes, yes, Senator Polling, the Dooms shouted excitedly. But how do we keep them together? Polling realized she didn't know. It was time to improvise. Use your spit, she said quickly, gesturing a licking motion at the sticks she held. The Dooms imitated her, and it worked. Their goopy, adhesive saliva turned out to be ideal for this. Polling felt pride, but she couldn't indulge herself for long before the next question came. But, Senator Polling, how do we keep the rain out? This was a tough one. She said, rubbing her head. When a leaf fell out of her hair, she said, Use leaves. Good thing, Polling thought, that I made them sweep the forest. Figure out the rest for yourselves, she then commanded and sent the Dooms to their work sites with a wave of her hand. After the Dooms were off, Polling settled by the beach to enjoy the remainder of her morning with her pet Manny. She had earned some rest. Not too much later, though, Pongo came running. Senator Sandra! Great calamity! The upset little creature took Polling by the hand and led her to the assembly location of their first house. Pongo's aggravation was evident, and Polling feared the worst. However, upon arrival, the building appeared undamaged. Yes, it was crooked and shoddily crafted, but these little beings had never built anything before. The site appeared suspiciously calm, though. There were no workers around, and Polling glanced at Pongo questioningly. Great tragedy! Oh, the blight! The little guy said, bouncing around as he was still very upset. When Pongo directed her around the building, she understood. The Dooms had built themselves into the house with no doors or windows, and now they were trapped. She laughed, lifted the little structure, and scuttling out came a flood of Dooms, leaving Pongo ever so grateful for Polling's wisdom and strength. He wouldn't shut up thanking her. What a delightful start. What a great day. Later, back on the other end of the village to be, Poling had settled into supervising the construction of her throne when Pongo came running once more. "Senator Sandra! Great calamity!" What little mischief had they found this time? She smiled soothingly and followed the panicked creature. Poling's happy face vanished when, even from afar, she saw the pools of blood along with dozens of impaled dooms. One was stuck on what appeared to be a bladed plow, and another on a board with razors arranged in a star-like pattern. "Oh, my lord, what happened?" Poling exclaimed. "All caught in traps," said Pongo, jumping up and down. Traps? They had built no traps, Poling thought. But then she understood. Ting Tong, their blacksmith, had carelessly set freshly forged blades and scissors on cooling racks, and many of the witless dooms had impaled themselves. After her initial disgust, Poling quickly realized that Pongo was right. The blacksmith had inadvertently built traps that would be useful in their hunt. Outstanding! After a speech on safety, Poling saw her hunters off. The bounty would be rich. The dead dooms were quickly replaced by Rub-Rub. In the afternoon, Poling and her tribe set up on the beach to test a newly built raft. The structure made of logs looked great and sturdy, even featuring a mast, and could easily navigate the high seas, Poling thought. Now that she had a comfortable life on the island, escaping was no longer her top priority, but it was nice to know that she could if needed. A crew of 4 Daums manned the raft, with another 4 pushing it into the breaking seas. "Take the waves head on!" Poling directed her crew. She had witnessed scores of the little ones perish during earlier tests and didn't want to waste material. True, she could always order them to duplicate, but what if there was an unknown limit to their reproductive abilities? The raft took off, 2 Daums per side fighting through the surf. What a thrill! Manny barked and ran up and down the beach in his excitement. The dooms, meanwhile, had made it through their first wave. The sun was still strong. Were the dooms prone to sunburn? Perhaps their semi-transparent skin let the right amount of sunlight through, avoiding burns as on humans. They possibly even needed sunlight to cultivate algae on their insides. Poling noted to experiment on the matter later. The dooms aroused a curious scientific interest in Poling, an impulse for knowledge unbeknownst to her. As she pondered, the dooms took on their second wave. The rowers struggled mightily, but in the end were strong and heavy enough to push through the sizable breakers. They made it. Poling felt elated. For the first time, they had advanced into the open ocean without a single doom lost. True, after the initial struggle, the little ones were now scared witless and flocked to the center of the craft, but after only minutes, they had gained confidence and shot back to the edges, peeking down at the reef below. It was exciting for everyone. Suddenly, though, the vessel jolted. Perhaps they hit a submerged rock, thought Poling. "Watch out for reef heads!" she yelled, without expecting the little idiots to comprehend what that meant. She knew the sturdy logs would hold, but what if they got stuck far from the shore? The craft sure didn't appear immobilized, though, as it now spun. Perhaps a current had grabbed it. A mini maelstrom was at work here, Poling thought. The seafaring dooms stared fearfully into the water. "Use your paddles to push free," Poling yelled, rowing her arms. But the dooms kept on crying and pointing fearfully into the water. They gathered at the center of the craft and wouldn't go near the rails anymore. Poling became furious. "We will not lose another raft!" She yelled, she bellowed, she gestured, she threatened. It was of no use. Poling gave up and the scene turned quiet. Just then a head of slicked-back hair appeared in the water near the raft. Poling thought she saw a fatty, tanned face, complete with a 5 o'clock shadow and an Armani suit. Before anyone could react, the repulsive humanoid thing had lunged onto the deck and dragged one of the dooms into the sea. Poling knew what they were dealing with. "Hit them! Hit them!" Poling yelled at her crew, but events unfolded too quickly for an effective defense. Shark after shark now jumped the craft, picking off the dooms one by one. The fearful little critters held on to the mast for their very lives, in vain. In no time, they had signed up for loans they couldn't afford. Now the sea creatures jerked the raft, pulling it down with high APRs until it finally came apart and sank under loads of debt. Poling watched indifferently as the dooms vanished and furiously when the craft sunk. She kicked Manny. It was hard to be a queen, much harder than she'd imagined, and she had imagined it many times. It had been a long day. To be sure, not everything had gone smoothly, but there was nothing to be overly discouraged about. Building civilization was a learning process and a journey. Now, the survivors deserved a restful evening by the fire. That night, dinner was quiet. The recurring failures had affected Poling's mood, and she brooded, affectionately brushing Manny's thick pubic fur. At least he is happy, she thought. Manny had by now shed his suit completely and turned into a trusty, albeit mindless, companion. Well settled into his new life, he would bark at the dooms, herding them, even keeping them from killing themselves. He'd even learned to fetch game or retrieve sticks during the few light-hearted moments he and his queen were granted. "Are you my favorite dummy?" Poling asked her pet, but Manny only stared back idly, waiting for keywords like walk. She tossed him another shroom and then punished him for fun. No need for him to be too happy. Her eyes passed over the crowd of dooms that had joined her by the fire. She watched with unease how, even in this public setting, a great many dooms did rub, even during mealtime. "Man and woman should only hug the special way privately," she finally said with as warm a smile as she could muster. "What's a man?" a doom asked. "What's a woman?" asked another. Poling realized she had to start over from the very beginning, from A as in Abraham. Good. The dooms were a blank canvas to fill aplenty with rules and restrictions. "Tonight I want to talk to you about right and wrong," Poling said. "What's a right?" a doom said, shouting. "What's a wrong?" another inquired. "You must rub in private only. The Lord wants you to do it in secret." "But can the Lord not see us everywhere?" "Yes, but he knows not to look when you're in the bushes." The dooms nodded but appeared confused. Poling could see little liquid thoughts traversing their minds, literally as their heads were transparent. "But Senator Poling, at times 3, 4, or even 5 of us rub." "I don't need to know that," Poling said. Yet she couldn't help but wonder how that worked. Was rub feasible with only 2 of them, or 1, or were groups required? The thought intrigued her, and she took a mental note to verify this later. "Fear not," Poling replied while theatrically leaning forward, "for there is a mighty rule book yielding the answers to everything. We must know about it. We want to follow all of its rules. I will tell you all about it." The dooms hopped and danced ecstatically. Some wanted to make celebratory rub, but thought better of it. Poling was on a roll. She lectured the dooms for the better part of an hour. So many rules had amassed within her and were now bursting out. As Poling finished what she considered her closing argument, she noticed that a doom in the back had been more quiet and glaze-eyed than the others. Her glance kept returning to the little one. There was something else odd about him. He vibrated. Poling squinted. The doom now rattled and shook. His eyes had grown big. Was the Holy Spirit entering him? Or, gasp, the devil? She continued, "It's bad to rub in," and then stopped. Spittle flew off the violently shaking doom. "Pongo, is this normal?" Poling asked. The dooms rushing away from the rattler sure made it appear like it wasn't. "Sometimes happens," Pongo said. "Not good. Best go hide." "What is it, Pongo? Tell us what's going to happen," Poling said sharply with a raised voice. The shaking doum, meanwhile, had pushed up a lot of sand, so much so that it began to sink into the ground, like it was going to bury itself. Something terrible was going to happen, but Poling could not get any replies out of Pongo. When the dome was buried to his neck, the vibration finally stopped. Gasps of relief came from him and the crowd. Then suddenly he began moving again when a massive burst of energy streamed from his body, which then shot up into his head. It expanded like an overinflated balloon, turned cherry red but then deflated. The doom was visibly relieved. Poling didn't understand what she had just witnessed. Later in her bed, she pondered the day's events. The loan sharks, the preaching, the doom shaking and inflating. These events were somehow connected. There was more to the dooms than met the eye. She would study them. Their transparent skin made this easy. Their colorful sacs inflating and deflating, their fear of water. Somehow it was all connected. Poling would get to the bottom of how these creatures functioned and why, and then use it to her advantage. Poling turned incessantly in her bed. She remembered a cave they had found a day prior. Suddenly all was clear. She would begin formal studies of the dooms like a scientist, and the cave would become her lab. What if other polis had found dooms such as hers, had already uncovered their secrets, and were using them to their advantage? Not a second longer could she wait. This mystery had to be unraveled now. The competition wouldn't sleep, unless it was Gould. Getting ahead in doom science could mean the difference between life and death, victory and defeat. Poling jumped up and rushed outside, nighttime or not. When Poling arrived at the cave, she was running. Without fear of the ominous black hole opening of the cave, she boldly entered, kicking out a raccoon and then surveying the space. There, to the left, she would set up her restraining system. A natural hole in the floor on the other side would serve as the drain, and here this raised spot could become a workbench. The rear she would transfer into a pen. She beamed. Now that she had the space, she needed the other side of this equation. Pongo! Poling clubbed the hedges in search of dooms. Not all little beings had houses yet, and even those who did, Poling knew, didn't always spend the night in them. Poling didn't have to search for long. The third bush she whacked held nearly a dozen. The half-sleeping creatures didn't know what hit them. It was her club. "Build a cage," Poling commanded. Pongo stepped forward. "But Senator Sandra," he said fearfully, "it is the middle of the night and frightfully dark." Poling grew furious at this resistance, but another whack quickly resolved any fears. Stout branches were cut and sized, and vines were trimmed for rope. Under Poling's watchful eyes and Manny's barks, the dooms built a sturdy cage of their own size. Poling watched the dooms impatiently as they built their own confinement. She could see the fluid sacs in their bodies move when she yelled at them, a green one when they were afraid, a blue one when they were hopeful. When it was nearly finished, with just one last wall to be fitted, Poling gestured for them to cease. "Install it from the inside," she commanded. "It will be better that way." Chapter 12. Gould sat on the beach, feeling warm sand sifting between his toes and a salt-laden breeze caressing his face while his bloodshot eyes flicked between the communicator he clutched and the sky above. Communicator, sky, communicator, sky. In the sand before him, Gould had built a sausagey sand creation and now sprinkled the wet worst with fine, glittering sand for nostalgia. The sun had not yet risen, and the moon's light sparkled on the SSC as if it were made of a precious metal. Oh, the memories. Gould had held his first golden spoon at age 4 and his first golden watch at age 8. Then much later, he held his golden wedding. No, he'd never reached that. But instead, golden houses, vehicles, and showers. Until his 20th birthday, Gould didn't know that not all things were made of gold. And while his head filled with these pleasant thoughts, the senator nodded off. Out of nowhere, a fantastical golden pyramid, the size of the horizon, spread before Gould, its height so mighty that the tip pierced the firmament. 2 armies clashed in front of the structure. The first, composed entirely of golden warriors, was disadvantaged and retreating. With a sudden blinding beam, Gould descended onto the battlefield. His warriors roared as the God King blasted magical rays, scorching enemies left and right. The battle appeared decided when, without warning, a massive black golem appeared, its size far beyond even Gould's pyramid. With a single stroke, the creature smashed 1,000 warriors. After finishing Gould's men, the giant stomped toward the God King himself. Gould didn't budge. He gathered his might and released one final bolt of concentrated energy at the creature. The golem laughed as if a butterfly had tickled it, then lifted an enormous foot to darken the sky, ready to crush Gould and everything he stood for. Gould, without options, shrunk to the size of a flea and with one mighty hop, leaped to safety. Gould woke, his mind filled with determination. He would get away from his captors, his punishers, his bullies. Throughout his life, Gould had been unable-bodied and a terrible physical fighter. His techniques of biting, clawing, and pulling hair had nothing manly or sexy about them. There was no masculine power or raw animalism in him, Gould knew, and he had always been too lazy to change this. In the wild, a thing like him wouldn't last, and here he was. Gould remembered how, back in his youth, he stood up to a school bully. When the guy one day walked down the stairs, Gould gave him a good shove. To this day, Gould could not suppress a satisfied chuckle as he remembered his broad-shouldered adversary tumbling down flights of stairs, breaking many limbs, crying and moaning like a baby. He'd looked like a mummy upon his return to school. The bully had never seen Gould push him, but surely must have known when Gould grinned at him in the hallway. He would not bother young Gould again, now being paraplegic and all. Lesson learned. This singular event had empowered Gould tremendously. Cowardice and weakness suddenly weren't obstacles. He'd won a physical confrontation. Well, confrontation was too big a word, and came out ahead against a stronger enemy. The event initiated Gould's phase of passive warfare. He would spit in his opponent's food, put needles in their clothing, or poison their drinks. Once, Gould had heard of a great military leader who was said to promote his smartest but laziest soldiers as commanders. Gould knew then he'd build his career on backstabbing. He constantly battled his siblings in pointless and destructive tug-of-wars for favor and power. Gould's father would often make them fight each other, not only to determine the strongest, but also for his viewing pleasure. Gould was made to choose between the old man and his mother. Power or love? Gould chose wisely, and affection had not since obstructed his life. What was his heritage? Gould realized he hadn't done anything to advance humanity. He sure had enhanced his bank account balance, though. There was only one thing worse than a bad politician, and that was a broke one, Gould knew. Gould's eyes flicked open and returned to the sky. He pondered. It was unfair that he'd been selected for this island torture. He wanted everything for himself, nothing more. Everybody else was trying to get it all. He simply did it better. His communicator crackled. Gould shot up and raised the volume. Mark 1, Mark 1, prepare for departure, the device said. Gould nodded eagerly. The low murmur of an engine rose. A dot appeared in the sky, and presently the whirling of blades became audible. High above, an object grew and closed in. Gould jumped up, mindlessly plowing over his SSC, now laser-focused on the approaching machine, a chopper. His calls for help had been granted. Gould beckoned, Gould jumped, and Gould hooted. And then, finally, the sleek shape of the black, unmarked aircraft touched down on the far side of the beach, rotors spinning. While the last bits of Gould's wig blew off, he dashed toward the storm machine. Gould's mighty belly heaved. He was getting ready to go, sweating and panting in a rush he'd not felt before. Yet just as he reached the skids, the machine rose, climbing just past his reach. Gould was confused, stepped back, and as he did, the helicopter descended. Gould approached it once more. Again, the aircraft rose. The senator became irritated. "What do you want me to do?" Gould yelled, straining to see into the cockpit. Suddenly, the helicopter rolled sideways, its powerful rotors whizzing closely over the ground. Gould dropped flat, eating sand. "Lost control there, buddy?" he yelled at the pilot with a sandy tongue. "Careful, someone might get hurt." The chopper once more came to a landing. Gould tried the cockpit door but found it locked. Suddenly, the window rolled down, revealing a dark face behind it. "Mr. Gould, do you remember me?" the pilot asked. "Rodrango Cabulez?" Gould's face revealed he didn't. "Right, you're that guy, right? How are you doing?" he said, nodding eagerly. "Go to the rear," the pilot said commandingly. Gould made his way to the stern and pulled the door's release. It was locked. Inside, he saw a group of ragged families. Tattered clothes, worn faces, stricken by hunger and filth. Refugees like him. There was an empty seat between them. "Hello, could you open this door, please?" Gould pleaded, knocking on the window. "The pilot isn't very friendly." But no one moved. Instead, they looked away, ashamed, even afraid of him. A child clutched her mother. The woman turned her baby's head, shielding her from the disheveled figure at the door. When the helicopter's engine picked up speed again, Gould felt a choking panic like never before. He pounded on the door. Finally, an officer appeared and opened it. "Hello, sir, may I come in, please?" Gould said, his hands raised. The officer looked Gould up and down. The reason for your entry request? I'm, in distress. I cannot survive here. Gould moved forward to enter. The officer blocked the way. We don't think you'd fit in very well. Gould nodded eagerly. I'll do my best to change, after I come in. There are rules and regulations on this chapter, the officer declared sternly. Complete these forms, and we'll get back to you. He slammed the door shut and through a slit in the window dropped a stack of papers. Gould rushed to pick up the forms. I don't have a pen, the officer shrugged. Then you best go back to your place, where you belong. The stern man remained unmoved, and the chapter began to rise. What was this? Why was he, Donner Gould, pleading with this lower man? What a ridiculous exchange. Then an epiphany set in. Yes, Gould yelled hoarsely. I have learned my lesson, yes! But the aircraft climbed mercilessly. Gould clung to its landing gear, but he was too weak and too fat. A powerful downdraft pushed him back into the sand. He rolled off and remained face down, covering himself as the rotor wash brushed across him. As the growl of the engine dimmed, Gould dared to open his eyes again. Sand had entered his body's every fold. It had stuck to the tears on his cheeks. With a deep sense of despair, he stared after the vanishing aircraft. I understand now, he yelled at the sky. I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson. Please. The words drawled from him again and again. Out of nowhere, a reply sounded from all around. Your journey has just begun. Do not cheat again. Gould was left on the deserted beach with no sign of life around him. The sun had risen above the trees, and the Polly remembered how hungry he was. Not much later that day, Gould hunkered among a confusion of leaves. His skin was smeared with dirt and soot, his clothes were shredded, and his hair, luckily, Donner Gould could not see his hair in this state. Driven by a beastly hunger, he had wrestled with a small animal earlier, lost, and had fallen yet another rung down the evolutionary ladder. Gould noticed how animals weren't upset by his presence any longer. A bird landed on his arm and crapped. A squirrel tried to bury a nut in his crotch. The man named Gould didn't register as a person anymore. He'd crossed a major developmental threshold. Nature had reclaimed him. His feeble physique posed no threat to either plant or beast. Gould thrust his arm forward, trying to grab the bird. It hopped aside and then quickly returned, finishing its business. He heard a snap. Gould whirled around and couldn't believe his eyes. Right in front of him, not 20 feet away and peacefully munching weeds, stood a stag. He grabbed a pointy stick and lifted it. The task required all of his strength, and he trembled. He threw, sending the deadly stick right to the feet of the animal. The deer regarded Gould lazily, then stepped toward him. The Politicon fumbled to produce another spear. The buck advanced. It wasn't afraid. It lowered its head. The vicious beast would gore him. Gould couldn't take the pressure, freaked, and ran off. He slowed only once the terror was out of sight. Gould pondered. Introspection came to mind, a word he remembered knowing. Gould had spent much of his time battling other Polis for power, but none had irritated him more than his frenemy Manny. The entitled fool had an inexhaustible energy of corruption within him. But nothing much else. Just like most other politicians, Manny had nowhere else to go should his career in politics fail. He had no marketable skills or experience. Shilling for the GM was their line of work. Was there some other reason the man had to stay within the power structure, close to number one? An interesting line of thought, and to Gould's own surprise, one that he hadn't fully explored. Sure, Manny was a power-hungry, corrupt fool like the rest, but what if there were other darker motivations? A man is only as good as his hair, and Manny's is terrible. They all had amassed enough money to retire from public view. The GM would quickly find other shills, so why were they kept on? Gould slumped beside his shelter. It had been a rough day, and he did what he hadn't done since, well, ever. He clasped his hands in prayer. He'd chosen to be a born-again Christian. The thought of ruling by God's side had been irresistible. Hands down, the best pitch of all religions. If he couldn't be God, why not be nearly equal? Being a demigod was okay. It still had the word God in it. Now what to say to the Lord? Gould considered his prayer. Perhaps a request. Dear Lord, please let me rule at your side for eternity. Try me, and I will not disappoint. I want to be your number one angel. Let's grow together. Gould felt uneasy making requests to another overlord while the GM was still around, though most likely the GM's domain was limited to this realm, with the afterlife still firmly in the hands of God. After minutes without an answer to his prayer, Gould tried a different pitch. "Dear Lord, please save me. I have great riches and tremendous connections, you know. While you're at it, could you extend my life? I'll make us both more money. Amen." Exhausted and bored with prayer, Gould slipped his hand down his pants. Suddenly, a warm, undulating light arose, not 10 feet from Gould. Had he finished already? The glowing figure of a girl materialized. Gould licked his lips. Did fantasies take shape on this island? But the girl was no older than 10 and dressed in rags. She wasn't attractive either, but Gould considered what she might look like a few years down the road. He rubbed his eyes. The girl-shaped apparition was still there. He realized his hand was still down his pants and pulled it out. "I have heard your prayer," the ghost said. "Hello, little one. Are you an angel? Will you save me?" Instead of answering, the girl conjured a luminescent bubble and then summoned an image inside. It showed Gould with herself, younger, posing for a photo outside of a dusty clay home. "Oh, I think I remember," Gould said, nodding vigorously. "You're that girl from, the desert." The apparition remained quiet. The images continued. They showed them hugging, cameras alight. Abruptly, the photo op was over and Gould made off, his smile gone, and quickly disappeared into an air-conditioned limo. Seen from this angle, this was not a great look, Gould realized. "So, how have you been?" he asked the girl. The vision bubble disappeared and the girl produced another one. It revealed Gould in his Politicons dressing room with Spittle and the general. "He says, nuke them," the general said. "Then nuke 'em," Gould replied. The wardrobe disappeared, and the bubble showed the girl's house, a heap of rubble with a girl's bloody arm protruding. Gould swallowed. I'm sorry about that. Listen, I'll make it up to you. I'm rich, you know, and not even that involved in politics. I'm just an ugly actor, a celebrity on TV, you know, a fake." The girl watched his excuses silently. "But, I'm sure we can work something out, something really tremendous. Do you think you can help me out of here so that I may help you?" The girl listened, unmoving. Feeling that his pitch wasn't working, Gould panicked. "You'll get a room in my pyramid, prime real estate." "Alainat Elake," the ghost suddenly shouted, kicked Gould in the nuts, and vanished. Chapter 13. The lazy rays of an early morning spilled through the jungle's canopy in the densely forested southern part of the island. The air hung thick with humidity, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil and the sweet fragrance of tropical flowers. Everyone and everything seemed to be taking it easy, enjoying the leisurely pace of a Sunday morning, until a portion of the jungle stirred, and a figure emerged from the thicket. Putrid, who had been standing still with his arms raised for nearly 15 minutes, muscles tensed but breathing controlled, adjusted his stance. His skin glistened with a thin sheen of sweat, despite the early hour. After observing various treetops with eyes that missed nothing, scanning methodically from one branch to the next, he broke into a barely perceptible smirk and produced a slingshot crafted from gelutong and lianas. The wood had been carefully shaped, sanded smooth with river stones, and reinforced with resin from wild trees. The lianas had been treated with salt water to increase their durability and elasticity. He drew a pebble from his pouch, one of many he'd collected from the riverbed yesterday, and firmly pulled back the loader. The rubber stretched taut, creating a satisfying tension against his fingers. He aimed up at his target, the same dark green box he'd been spotting throughout the jungle, peeking down from just below the tree's crown. An imager. The device's lens caught the morning light, betraying its position with a faint glint. He shot. The lens smashed with a delicate crack, and filigree electronics exploded into a hail of parts that rained down through the leaves. Putrid's face radiated with the pleasure of destruction, his dark eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He stored his weapon in a handcrafted holster at his hip and continued on his way, barely making a sound. A rustling ahead alarmed Putrid, his hand instinctively reaching for the knife strapped to his thigh. Out of nowhere, an arm-thick snake dropped from a higher branch right in front of him. The reptile curled, head raised and ready to strike. He stood still, not frozen from fear, but with curiosity flickering in his eyes. The snake's tongue flicked rapidly, tasting the air, its unblinking gaze locked on the human intruder. Smirking, the Roskvian grabbed a stick and began teasing the animal. He moved the stick in hypnotic patterns, drawing the snake's attention away from himself. Every twitch of Putrid's twig made the serpent move, as if an invisible string were pulling it, its head swaying in perfect rhythm with the stick's movements. After light-hearted moments spent testing the creature's reactions, Putrid lost interest and closed in. He moved his hand slowly forward, never ceasing to dance the stick in front of the snake to distract it. Then, without warning, Putrid thrust forward and seized the animal by the neck, his grip precisely positioned behind the jaw to prevent it from turning to bite. The snake writhed violently, its powerful body constricting around nothing, but Putrid firmly controlled its tail with his other hand, preventing it from wrapping around his arm. Instead of killing the animal, though, Putrid regarded the beast with interest, admiring the intricate pattern of its scales and the elegant design of its predatory form. Oh, the pleasures of a one-sided struggle. He shook his head, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. "You cannot have your way," he said, his voice gravelly from disuse. His idle hand searched his bag and produced a nutshell he had hollowed out the previous evening. He brought the snake's fangs into it and pressed down, forcing the jaws open to expose the venomous teeth. Drips of venom, clear and viscous, flowed into the shell he'd prepared for this very purpose. He would use it later to tip his arrowheads for hunting larger game. Having harvested all the venom, he nodded at the beast, threw it back into the bush, and walked off. Putrid decided to return to his camp. The jungle thinned slightly as he approached the clearing where he had established his temporary home. He gathered dry wood along the way, selecting pieces that would burn efficiently without producing excessive smoke. Upon arrival, he arranged the kindling in a careful pattern, using the flint he carried to strike sparks into the dry tinder. Within moments, he started a fire and roasted bits of rabbit meat, a catch one of his snares had produced early that morning. Next to him stood his sizable lean-to shelter constructed near a cascade of rocks for protection against both elements and enemies. The structure was a testament to his wilderness skills, branches interwoven tightly and covered with large leaves, creating a waterproof roof sloped perfectly to shed rain. Inside, the ground was lined with soft grasses and moss, providing insulation from the damp earth. Despite his good wood choices, the fire smoked heavily, smelling intensely of the rabbit's juices and the ginger, long pepper, and black cardamom Putrid had added from his collection of foraged spices. Well aware of the smoke's potential to attract unwanted attention, the Roskvian considered it for a moment, his eyes tracking the gray plume as it rose. The trees were dense and their canopies were high. The smoke should disperse unseen before reaching any meaningful altitude where it might be spotted. Just when Putrid had put his reservations aside, a pack of wolves emerged from the thicket. Attracted by the smell but unfamiliar with Putrid and afraid of the flames, they lurked in waiting, low growls rumbling in their throats. Yet their hunger was too great, and their patience was soon exhausted by the tantalizing aroma. They would overcome their fear to eat the rabbit, and perhaps the bigger animal sitting by it, too. When Putrid noticed his visitors, he calmly reached for his lance, a weapon he had crafted from a straight sapling, hardened in fire and tipped with a sharpened stone, rose and set his non-dominant foot ahead, assuming a balanced stance that distributed his weight evenly. He naturally placed his stronger hand forward and pointed the spear toward the biggest wolf, the alpha, the animal Putrid knew would attack first. The beast's scarred muzzle and commanding presence among the pack marked its status clearly. The Roskvian didn't have to wait long for action. A young adult female, sleeker and faster than the others, leaped but didn't attack while the alpha lunged at the bare-chested man, jaws open and teeth gleaming. Putrid thrust his lance forward with lightning speed and hit the animal over the head with the blunt end of the stick, a calculated move to stun rather than kill. The wolf fell and rolled off, lying dazed, its legs twitching slightly as it struggled to regain its senses. His pack didn't wait for their leader's recovery and jumped at the Roskvian in quick succession, a coordinated attack that would have overwhelmed a less experienced opponent. Holding the stick with both hands, Putrid thrust each end forward rapidly, alternating between defense and offense with fluid motions. Each animal met the blunt end of Putrid's lance and was hurled aside, yelping in surprise and pain. His movements were economical, using only the force necessary, his feet shifting in the dirt to maintain perfect balance. When the animals had yelped enough, their aggressive spirits broken by his superior skill, they stopped attacking, cowering instead, their tails firmly tucked between their legs. Putrid grinned a smug smile and tossed each wolf scraps to then shoo them off with a commanding gesture, then finally sat down to enjoy his own meal, cutting strips of the tender meat with his stone knife. The afternoon had turned to evening, the sun casting long shadows through the trees before disappearing entirely, and the fire was crackling happily. Stars began to appear in the patches of sky visible through the canopy, twinkling distantly. The cross-legged Roskvian carved wood with his stone knife, the blade moving with precision born of decades of practice. He was creating a small figurine, perhaps a totem or simply an idle amusement, his large hands surprisingly delicate in their movements. Putrid was relaxed, but not off guard, his ears attuned to the natural rhythm of the forest around him, distinguishing between the rustling of nocturnal creatures and potential threats. This vigilance was rewarded as a crack, louder and more distinct than the fire's crackling, stopped Putrid cold. His knife paused mid-stroke, and his head tilted slightly, focusing his hearing in the direction of the sound. There! Another loud and clumsy step, a twig snapping underfoot. These were the unmistakable sounds of wood-walking city people. "You think there are wild animals around here?" A blaring and ungraceful voice asked somewhere in the thicket, echoing unnaturally in the quiet evening forest. Putrid looked up and saw two smiling politicians, Tweet and Mackerel, approach, their clothes, though dirty and somewhat disheveled, still bearing the unmistakable cut and quality of urban civilization. There it was, the inevitable encounter that Putrid had anticipated but hoped to avoid. The least enjoyable part of Putrid's public duties had been the meetings with European officials, or snort peers, the tedious conversations, the hollow pleasantries, the transparent agendas. It had been a chore then and was unpleasant now. He annoyed himself for not hearing them sooner, distracted by his carving. His lips tightened into a thin line. "Good evening, fine sir," said Tweet with a slight bow. The Roskvian ruler studied the two with calculating eyes. No visible weapons, no threat in their stance or in the way they carried themselves. No immediate danger, he decided. Putrid recognized them from international summits and diplomatic functions in times past. The male, Tweet, was an imbecile from the UK, known for his hollow policies. The female was from some other European state. Putrid couldn't remember which. He sensed that they didn't recognize him. Should he destroy them on the spot here and now? The thought crossed his mind as he calculated how quickly he could dispatch both before they could react. But why rush? He could quickly work through his opponents on the island, but how would he amuse himself then? After only days, they'd all perish at his hands with no trouble at all. No, these two he would keep, for now. They might prove useful, or at least entertaining. He would have the black one oversee his white slaves, Putrid decided, an amusing thought that brought the ghost of a smile to his face. "Hi, what are you making there, friend?" asked a polite Tweet, gesturing to the half-finished carving in Putrid's hands. Putrid reluctantly presented his tools, holding up the knife and unfinished figurine without explanation or elaboration. The small wooden shape was beginning to resemble a predatory bird, part of the Roskvian emblem. "So's look great," Mackerel said as she glanced over his creations. "Nearly as good as the stuff you're crafting, Josine," Tweet said, his tone suggesting familiarity with his companion's work. "She's quite the artist herself." "Oh, please," replied Mackerel with a dismissive wave as she inspected Putrid's shelter, while the Roskvian's glance quietly followed her. She nodded approvingly. "What's your name?" she then asked. Hesitating at first, weighing the value of responding against the irritation of interaction, Putrid answered, "John, honest." The European politicians both nodded, accepting the introduction without question. "We've been doing a bit of crafting ourselves. Well, mostly Josine," Tweet said, gesturing vaguely to the direction from which they had come. "But you've achieved all of this on your own. Impressive." "Would you be interested in joining forces?" Mackerel asked with an extended hand, her smile professional and practiced. "We could use your skills and have a bit to offer ourselves." Putrid ignored Mackerel's hand and watched with disgust as the two sat down uninvited near his fire. His eyes passed over his cooked rabbit, the remaining meat still steaming slightly. He wouldn't offer them any. "The three of us could start a settlement and a defense alliance?" Tweet continued enthusiastically. "We could build proper houses, establish a perimeter." Putrid looked over Mackerel's incapable body and then at Tweet's absurdly smooth skin. Though Tweet appeared fitter than his lady companion or shutter lover, Putrid knew that the apparent fitness came from recreational sports in clean and tidy gyms or well-groomed golf courses. The man probably had finely manicured nails, shaved his legs, and went for mani-pedis, Putrid thought with contempt. Neither would survive even a week without the comforts of civilization, let alone build anything resembling a functioning settlement. "You wanna maybe battle swings?" Tweet asked with a dumb grin, pantomiming what appeared to be a golf stroke. Putrid didn't know what the man meant, surely not a swinging of fists, and didn't care enough to ask for clarification. He continued carving, his knife strokes more aggressive now, gouging deeper into the wood. "We could trade and have a common currency, you know, the pretty seashells or rocks from the beach Josine has been collecting," said Tweet, now leaning forward eagerly, oblivious to Putrid's growing annoyance. "I hef lots of so's," Mackerel admitted, patting a small pouch attached to her belt that clinked softly with its contents. Putrid tried his best to maintain an iron stare. "Together, we could develop energy resources. Think about rerouting a river or building a mill," said Tweet, now talking himself into excitement. The man wouldn't stop yapping. "Many more settlers will want to join us. We can establish a democratic system of government and trade. We believe that in a year or two, this island can establish all three branches of government and a stable economy. Perhaps we could trade with or even settle on nearby islands. But all of this depends on us laying the foundation now. Teamwork will be crucial." Putrid imperceptibly shook his head. The two regarded him, not upset, but disappointed. "Well, good luck to you then." Putrid was surprised that they had only now received his message, wondering momentarily if all Europeans were this obtuse, or if these two were exceptional even among their kind. "Oof! Not getting any younger," Tweet said as he rose with exaggerated effort. His pants were covered in leaves and dirt. "Wait," Mackerel said, moving toward Tweet and placing a hand on his arm. "You have some sing, say her." She began picking bits of mulch from the man's pants. The Roskvian watched them until they vanished in the woods, their noisy departure marked by snapping twigs and rustling leaves long after they disappeared from sight. He then collected his things, extinguished the fire, and walked off in the opposite direction. Chapter 14. Back at the Resistance headquarters, Jan lounged with her feet on Gould's desk, a shimmering cocktail in her hand, while watching the wall's teletiles she had rearranged to spell resistors. A grin passed her face as she eyed Gould's unraveled heirlooms, and as she examined the senator's paperweight, a transparent block with his nail clippings preserved inside. "Really easy to build a voodoo doll for this guy," she observed, tossing the cube in the trash. Jan took a sip of her drink that came with Gould Skin branded flakes in it. "Not as bad as you'd think," she then said, swirling the stuff. Anfred stood at a nearby video console, grumpily watching her sip. Jan filled another glass and offered it to him, but he gestured her off. "How are we sitting here eating gold when the masses hunger?" Anfred asked. Jan looked surprised. "The masses are fed." Anfred's face turned red. "Yes, fed up," he said loudly, but then contained himself and returned to his work analyzing the correlation between the Politicons show and stunted minds. He had assembled a list of Politicons clips that had caught his interest. After repeatedly playing a sequence where Gould and Manny ratified a law, he stopped and shook his head. Anfred moved to the computer terminal and entered Themerica's legal research database. There was no record of the law ever having been enacted. Anfred did the same for each item on his list and stopped. He searched the show's discarded clips and raw footage. Gould could be seen signing an executive order only to be interrupted by a robot. In the actual show as it aired, that part was missing. He grumbled. Anfred shook his head and shook it again. After the longest time, he exclaimed, "They didn't lie. The Politicons were never in charge of anything." He rubbed his temples. "Damn, what if this island experience destroys them? It was all my idea, I think." Jan had begun to busy herself blinging Gould's desk with graffiti of flakes and nail polish. "Huh? Yeah." Anfred got angry. "Dang, if these guys weren't in charge, who runs the country?" A deep frustration washed over him, and a tickle crept down his back and into his belly. "There's no one to ask, no one to trust. I'm surrounded by resistors who follow their own agendas. How has it all happened in such a short time?" Anfred had never felt so lost or alone, not even on the lower levels. His thoughts were interrupted by the door flying open and Bronk storming in. Somehow, his eyebrows were even grander than normal. "You moosing your brow, bro?" Jan asked with a smirk that revealed respect for such volume. Bronk hesitated. "Maybe. I'm improving my communist's iron stare," he finally said, testing it on Jan, who only rolled her eyes. "But that's not what brought me in. I'm here to report that the island release is complete." "How many expired instantly?" Jan asked while returning to her art project. 75%, said Bronk. "Fewer than expected." "Very well," Jan said. Bronk noticed her lack of attention and turned his to Anfred. "Why are we sending them caches?" Anfred looked up. "Caches? That's not us." He considered this for a moment. "They might have been on the island previously." Bronk shrugged. "I'm fine with all this education and whatnot, but how are we addressing their totalitarian urges?" "We're hoping that the island will be a humbling experience," Anfred replied. Jan cut in. "There's no good and bad there," she said without looking up. "Only assholes fighting assholes." "Right. Thank you, Jan." Anfred grimaced. "What does our anonymous benefactor say?" "I have not heard of her," Jan said. Anfred pursed his lips. "We have no way of contacting them?" he asked curiously. Jan shook her head no. Anfred brooded. "Did we ever learn who this GM is?" he asked. Jan looked up. "Why are you so concerned with benefactors and GMs?" "Well, I was wondering how exactly did we take over the country so quickly," Anfred said, squinting at Jan. Jan remained unfazed. "We spread our compelling message and the masses followed." Anfred nodded with a grin. "Right, I meant the governing specifically." Jan shrugged. "Dunno, I thought you guys figured that stuff out." "I didn't," said Bronk. "Neither did I," said Anfred. "But we'd better understand it soon. We're facing reports of increased theft around the city. Not only are the rich stealing and grafting this time around, but the liberated populace as well. Also, now that people don't have to hunt for essentials all day, they tease the proles for entertainment." Bronk shook his head. "Society has not come together. It has grown further apart." Anfred nodded. "I don't feel a part of anything. I don't feel in charge of anything. Things are happening around us, more or less on their own." He stopped and considered. "Like we're being used." "Know what you mean," said Bronk. "This city, it's no good. I crave nature, green and peaceful. No electronics or robots. Be back in control of our lives." "Why don't you move to the island?" Jan said, snorting. Suddenly, a pretty melody sounded. Jan's phone rang. She answered. "Hi, Dad. No, I'm not alone. I'm with two strange men. One's ominous, the other's my pet." She listened to the other side. That's right. I'm leading the resistance." After listening more, she said angrily, "No, you're too late." She hung up. Anfred and Bronk stared. Jan sighed and addressed them. "You two might as well know. They rejected me for Politicons." She grabbed the corner of the Gould hair tablecloth. "You're too shallow," they said. Jan angrily pulled the cloth, pulling the table's decoration with it. Bronk shook his head. "Is that why you're in this rebellion?" he said, visibly aggravated. "No! I wanted to create a better version of Politicons. I will call them polite icons, or no, wait, better rebellicons. Bronk and Anfred exchanged glances. I'm no con, Bronk said. Jan ignored him. In this new show, we'll trade beauty tips and tell secrets. There's no politics? Asked Anfred. Jan gasped. She faked a fainting, but when no one rushed to hold her, she caught herself. Of course not. Politics is boring. Instead, we'll add vain men and women posturing, vulgar dance moves, and the morbidly obese glorifying ill health, as well as mediocre people doing everyday things. Sprinkle a load of repulsive sideshow freaks on it for good measure. Oh, and dance moves. Politicons already had all that, Bronk said. Not the makeup tips, Jan said and rolled her eyes. She returned to her notes. Give advice on how to get rich quick and/or one-line answers on where to find the cheapest travel vouchers, she said, reading her notes. Advise normies on how to become famous. How does this improve society? Anfred asked. It seems like the same low-quality programming we have now. If not worse, Bronk said. Jan rose and walked toward Anfred. Let me tell you about quality. When I was little, I created an amazing sculpture. It took weeks to complete. It was the most complex and sophisticated thing I had ever done. My parents were delighted. That's great, they said. Jan walked over to Bronk and continued. The next day I spat on a towel I showed my mother, and after only a casual glance, she said, Wow, that's great. Jan paused for dramatic measure. From then on, I knew that the smallest of efforts were equally amazing as great ones, and I stopped wasting time. Now here I am, the president of Themerica. Anfred rose and fidgeted with a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. I disagree with this approach and have a few notes on how to improve Themerica myself. We must provide pragmatic center politics, restore a shared political narrative, and place healthy checks on the administration. Bronk cut in. Not only that, people no longer wish to live in a deficit of goods and in the absence of progress. In communal apartments with one kitchen and a single corridor for everyone. Seeing their children growing up where they belong to the public and not themselves. We're tired of the all-pervading censorship, the lies, the dullness, the assemblies, the public censure, and the condemnation. I wish for no more nepotism and extortion. Must we continue to pretend to work and the state pretend to pay us? How long do you wish to wait in line for a block of soap, or queue for sausages while people faint? Do you enjoy feeling expendable, the humiliating lack of choice? The unending hatred, envy, and spite. The constant declarations, parades, fiery speeches, rallies, norms, posters, boards of honor, and boards of shame. This is an imitation of living. It's existing. Let's not drag ourselves from old Themerica to the new with all the existing bedbugs. Anfred nodded. I propose full financial transparency and an audit before anyone takes office. Anfred cleared his throat again. I want mandatory political service and campaign funds from a public pot that are equal for all candidates. Governing will become a shared chore, a civic duty for the common good. It's a chore now, Jan said, yawning. But Anfred continued unfazed. Many decisions could be made by a democratic public voting directly on the issues. But what about my freedom? Bronk asked. Your freedoms will be slightly limited for the common good, said Anfred. That ain't gonna work for me, said Bronk, snorting some hemp snuff. I love it, Jan suddenly shouted. Anfred and Bronk both stared at her in puzzlement. We should introduce tiers of equality, she then said. The highest bidder gets to do the most good. Anfred had just opened his mouth to speak when Jan continued. Listen, guys, she stepped toward the door. It's getting late and I need to go to makeup. Makeup? Asked Bronk with his large eyebrows raised. Of course, Jan replied with an air of annoyance. I won't be seen by millions with less than a perfect visage. Wait, the show is tonight? Anfred asked. Yup, in an hour, Jan said. You set all this up without consulting us? Well, yeah, I'm the president, Jan said lightly. Bye. And with that, she left. Anfred broke the silence. I don't think Jan is taking this revolution seriously. Bronk nodded. I disagree with everything she says or does, he said, and left. Anfred's head began to hurt. These politics confused him. Grand politics, petty politics. All he wanted was to make the world a better place. Suddenly, a voice sounded from everywhere.
Anfred.
Who said that?
I think you know who this is.
Our oracular benefactor, Anfred said, gazing around the room as if a little GM was hiding in some corner. Are you the GM?
One thing at a time. I need your help.
Why me?
Don't be distrustful. Have I not aided you with the foam?
Yes, said Anfred. I'm listening. Chapter 15. A near-perfectly round white river rock rolled across the ground toward an equally sized hole. Before it could drop in, the pebble hit a tiny irregularity and bounced sideways. The shot was a miss. Terence Tweet cursed. He had fabricated a putter by combining a bamboo stick and a flat rock and played golf. A bearskin rug would make for better turf, he said to Mackerel. "Ja better practice swinging a different keened-off club to get one of dose," she said, kneeling on the ground while positioning a tiny figure in front of their shelter. She rose and contemplated her morning's work. Their entire front yard now displayed a varying range of Mackerel-crafted stickmen, complete with acorn heads, stick arms, leaf dresses hiding their privates, and mushroom hats. They were the army, the protectors. "We Gartensverged's a house," she said. Tweet understood nothing but nodded with a smile. Mackerel eyed Tweet's pudding area. He had cleared most obstructions from the sides, reducing them to fine sand as bunkers. In between, Tweet had cut the weeds to turf height. He took another shot. Dunk. "You're doing sis well," she said. "We should call you Terence Weed." Tweet eyed the moss on a tree. "Do you think we can pull this off as a sheet?" "Moa achievable Santa Bear rug," she said, and shouldered her bag. "We should collect materials before it gets dark." "Absolutely, Josine, you're right. As always." Tweet ended his game and they left. Their walk through the woods was peaceful and serene, with leaves rustling underfoot and birds chirping overhead. The tree canopies cast dappled sunlight on the forest floor, drawing intricate and ever-changing shapes. A squirrel scuttled by. Mackerel hurled a rock at it, and into her bag it went. They frequently stopped, and Mackerel explained interesting specimens. Once, Tweet picked up a leaf. It pricked him. They laughed. Mackerel's pouch soon bulged with mushrooms, herbs, and pretty stones she would use to craft pet rocks. "Nice guy, that fellow in the woods," Tweet said. "Too bad he wasn't in the mood to join." Mackerel nodded. "Wheat be stronger to guesser," she said, sniffing the air. "Perhaps he'll change his mind in the future." Tweet pondered. "Hard to believe we are captives on a deadly island." Mackerel frowned. "Deadly? What makes you think that?" "Surely you have thought of the dangers, not just from animals, but from our peers," Tweet said. "I'm not sure our peers are even capable of violence. There are many cunning people. It is set why I choose a strong protector like yourself. What chance do I have on my own?" Tweet smiled, but it was short-lived. He pondered. "How many do you think are on this island?" "All of Sem." "How many polis are there in the world?" "Susans." "Too many to fit on an island." "Perhaps here are many islands?" Tweet considered this. "Or after we perish, the next group comes in?" Mackerel raised her index finger in delight. "Ah, say it would be clever. Maybe have say strongest from each weave compete with each asser. Like a sports tournament." Tweet nodded excitedly. "I like sports. Me too, but only on TV." Tweet nodded, then shrugged. "Why do you think we're here?" "To become better public servants." She stopped and looked at Tweet seriously. "I'm not a servant, though. I'm a leader." Tweet agreed. "I feel that I know everything already and that this island is a waste of time," he said. "But we're not here to fight for supremacy. I was told we're to build civilization and to learn about democracy. At its core, democracy is the law of the jungle. Don't you think?" She raised her nose and sniffed the air again. "What smells so good?" Tweet inhaled deeply. "It's coming from back there," he pointed. Both polis let their noses guide their way. They walked on. After a bend, the jungle lightened. The polis kept walking. their nostrils flaring, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The forest around them thinned. Only when their steps started smacking did they stop. Ahead lay the end of the woods and the beginning of the swamp. Fat, pus-filled flies zoomed around their heads. "What is this place?" said Tweet, looking about in wonderment. Mackerel shrugged. The Paulus stood gazing at the gassy depths, deeply inhaling the fumes. Tweet noticed 2 sets of footsteps. "Look, someone's been here. 'To go in, one comes out." She smirked at Tweet. "Perhaps the other guy took a dip." Tweet grinned back. "Or say steps washed away," said Mackerel. Her stare drifted from Tweet to a set of large vines behind him. "Handy for a building, don't you think?" she said while producing a finely crafted cutting tool. Tweet noticed it. "How did you come by that?" He pointed at her exquisite cutter. "It looks like the one that fella John Honest had." Mackerel nodded. "It stuck to my shoe." "Did it really?" "Schwa, why not?" she smirked. Tweet nodded quietly. He thought he saw a bubble rise from the swamp. "Sometimes I think we lie too much," he added pensively. "Isn't it up to USS to forge the laws of Sislant?" "Yes, but can we do better?" "We can do better with Sis cutting tool." "Right. It's better for society that we have it. The society we're building. It enables USS to work faster, benefiting a free one. Surely John Honest will see it that way when he joins." They stood in quiet contemplation. "Do you believe that stealing might be wrong?" asked Tweet. "Depends on who does it," Mackerel replied without hesitation. "Of course." Tweet nodded. "Look, I'm no philosopher. I'm a politician," she said resolutely. A splash from the swamp right by their feet pulled them from their reflections. In it, the back of a suit appeared, then a tie. Tweet strained his eyes. "Oh, it's a lobbyist," he finally said, and offered his hand to sniff. "Surely this is where they come to breed," Mackerel said. She stepped forward. The mud caressed her toes, loudly kissing her feet with every step. "Come here, little guy," she said. The critter cautiously approached. She scratched its back. Visions of fashion accessories and black SUVs formed in her head. A voice emerged. "Join us." "It talks!" Mackerel clapped her hands in joy. "A gift," said the swamp, and suddenly the keys to a home washed ashore. "No, thank you, though," Mackerel said, pushing the keys back into the muck. "Now return to your cane." She released the lobbyist, and it slithered away, its eyes remaining firmly set on its prey, the Paulus. They quietly watched. "I've never liked real estate, and I don't own any in foreign countries," Mackerel finally said. A shiver ran through the morass, and excited activity increased under its surface. "Me neither," said Tweet. "I've always invested in my home country, right after paying all taxes." The bog jerked again. This time a bubble rose and burst. Mackerel turned pensive. "Imagine settling dawn in a place like Sis," she said, dreaming. Now other pests appeared, competing for the Polis attention. Lobbying groups, hedge fund managers, and even unions all came to greet the Europeans. Tweet tried to pet one, but promptly got snapped at. He jerked back. "Crap, these things are evil." "No, Terence," said Mackerel, producing an ointment from her bag. "Sink of sem as wild animals only following ser nature." "You are certainly right, Josine." A whisper rose. "You are like us," the swamp said. "No, we're not," said Mackerel defensively. "You stole the knife." Mackerel hesitated, clenched, squeezed her eyes, and then said, "How did you know, said?" "Is this swamp all-knowing?" asked Tweet more to himself. "Where should we build our settlement?" he finally asked the swamp. "Nearer by," Tweet nodded. "Will we survive this competition?" he asked. "Yes, if you follow my advice." Tweet laughed at this. "Where on this island do I get fine mosses for my pudding green?" "North side, where the sun don't shin." Tweet nodded. Now it was Mackerel's turn. "Will Terence and I fall in love?" "No." "I knew that," said Tweet. Mackerel strained her eyes and asked, "Can I defeat Terence in battle?" "Inconclusive, said the swamp. Mackerel grinned at this. She raised her eyebrows and walked off to collect herbs. Come over here, the swamp whispered after Mackerel was gone. Tweet turned. Me? He looked over to Mackerel. She seemed busy. He followed the hissing. What is it? Tweet asked. I have a special gift for you and you alone. Well, oh, thank you. It is right here. An elongated shape formed out in the bog, a handle of sorts sticking from the end of it. The object rose, a good 10 feet in. Well, thank you. Could you move it a bit closer to me? Tweet asked. Come a little closer. Tweet leaned far forward, really far. In the distance, Mackerel had just collected multiple rare herbs when the swamp addressed her.
Close your eyes. I have a special gift for you.
Mackerel didn't move. You know, it's very difficult to understand you. Close your eyes. She did, and she felt something wet on her arm. When she opened them, a belt had wrapped around her one wrist, and a second one was just about to do the other. Hey, are you trying to snatch me? Come with us. Stay with us. No thanks, I have to get going. Terence? She rose and walked over to her colleague. I was just about ready, Tweet said, wiping mud off his suit. What a setting to retire in, he then said in an upbeat voice. Mackerel nodded. Why not enter struggle? Leave everything behind. We've aimed it. Why not take a well-deserved consulting gig? Tweet added, doing absolutely nothing all the while earning an absurd salary? Mackerel tapped her chin. I wonder if Sea Swamp offers oak for Netoer. Oh, that'd be grand, said Tweet. Mackerel nodded and looked up. We shut return soon. Did you receive a gift too? At this, Tweet straightened his suit. Gift? No, why? Mackerel straightened her blouse. Oh, no reason. And as she said this, once again, a giant bubble rose from the morass. Chapter 16. Poling, Manny, and the Dooms enjoyed an evening constitutional along the island's perimeter. The Queen had decided to explore the southern reaches, territory that remained uncharted in their previous expeditions. Manny bounded ahead with characteristic enthusiasm, his keen nose tracking phantom quarry through the underbrush, while his powerful haunches propelled him over fallen logs and scattered debris. Poling paid scant attention to her faithful companion, having surrendered herself to the depths of contemplation that often consumed her during these twilight wanderings. The Dooms maintained their customary distance, a nervous cluster trailing in the Queen's wake like anxious courtiers afraid to breathe too loudly in the presence of royalty. Their small, rounded forms moved with practiced stealth, yet occasionally one would catch Poling's peripheral attention. When she turned her penetrating gaze upon the creature, it would emit a high-pitched shriek of terror before scrambling frantically into the nearest thicket, leaves rustling in its panicked wake. An alluring fragrance suddenly arrested Poling's wandering thoughts, pulling her consciousness back to the present moment. Her generously proportioned nostrils, evolved for the sophisticated task of sampling atmospheric subtleties, flared wide as she drew the scent deep into her being. The aroma possessed an unsettling complexity, not entirely pleasant, yet undeniably compelling. Beneath its earthen foundation lay hints of unexpected sweetness, threaded through with something primal and musky that spoke to ancient instincts she barely understood. Poling's head swiveled as she searched for the source, only to discover that Manny had vanished entirely from view. Her calls echoed through the gathering dusk without response, until distant barking reached her ears from the same direction as that intriguing scent. Lengthening her stride to match a man's determined gait, she pushed through increasingly dense vegetation that seemed to form a natural barrier, as if the island itself sought to protect what lay beyond. "Have any of you been to this place before?" she inquired of the little ones, but they merely huddled together in trembling silence, tiny fingers stuffed firmly into ears and nostrils as if to block out some terrible knowledge. Manny's barking intensified, taking on an urgent quality that made Poling's pulse quicken. She thrust aside the thick foliage with both hands, revealing the churning brown cesspool of the swamp in all its magnificent squalor. A peculiar stillness hung in the humid air, broken only by the gentle lapping of viscous liquid against rotting logs. Poling paused, her head tilted slightly. Was that whispering she detected beneath the surface sounds? Her eyes fixed upon the swirling mud, which reminded her irresistibly of an enormous vat of chocolate from a commercial she'd starred in years ago. Poling's Palatable Pleasures, that unfortunate venture had been called. As Poling stepped closer to the water's edge, the swamp's placid surface began to undulate with purpose. Slicked-back hair emerged first, followed by shoulders and torsos as various creatures rose to greet their unexpected visitors and negotiate terms of passage. Poling absorbed every detail of the spectacle with growing fascination. Noxious fumes, bitter bile, clinging mud, writhing parasites. The entire pantheon of decay was represented here in glorious abundance. She inhaled deeply, savoring the complex bouquet like a connoisseur appreciating a rare vintage. She spotted Manny positioned on the shoreline, his agitated barking directed at the brown sludge while his intelligent eyes darted between the morass and his beloved master. His muscular legs trembled with barely contained anticipation, awaiting some signal of permission or prohibition. When Poling showed no signs of forbidding his exploration, Manny launched himself forward with joyous abandon and plunged directly into the muck. A substantial splash of warm mud struck Poling's skin, and she found the sensation unexpectedly comforting, like a mother's embrace. What an ideal location for retirement. Poling found herself wondering whether the swamp might feature a corner office suitable for executive consultation. Why shouldn't she consider a lucrative consulting position? Leave behind the endless struggles and machinations of public life. She had certainly earned such respite after years of service. She wondered idly if the swamp's management might offer premium accommodations in oak, her favorite wood for executive furnishings. She advanced another step. The mud responded with an inviting smack against her feet, each footfall accompanied by a sound like enthusiastic kisses. Emerald vapors began rising from the morass, and within their swirling patterns, Poling perceived visions of exquisite accessories and a gleaming black SUV materializing from the mist. Whether these images existed in objective reality or merely in her imagination seemed irrelevant. She surrendered her consciousness to drift freely among the phantasms. The vapor blurred and distorted her vision, creating a dreamlike state where reality and fantasy merged seamlessly. A pathetic whimper intruded upon her reverie. Not yet. Poling desperately wanted to embrace these materializing fantasies fully, but the persistent whimpering refused to cease. She snapped back to awareness with considerable irritation and located the source of the disturbance. It was Manny, naturally. A trailing shoelace, which his simple mind had mistaken for a proper leash, had lured him deeper into the treacherous swamp, and now he was sinking steadily, surrounded by glittering flag pins and golf accessories that bobbed on the surface like bizarre lily pads. His eyes remained fixed upon these objects with predatory intensity, even as the mud claimed more of his body. Poling seized a long reed and carefully angled it toward Manny's floating leash. With a sharp yank, she hauled her wayward pet back to solid shore, then delivered a corrective smack to his head that echoed across the water. Additional yelping arose from a different quarter. This time, one of the dooms was drowning, pushed beneath the surface under the crushing weight of debt from what appeared to be an elaborate pump-and-dump financial scheme. Poling made a swift executive decision to sacrifice him for the greater good. As his small head vanished beneath the roiling surface, frantic activity erupted from within the muck, transforming the entire pit into a violently bubbling cauldron. Poling's scientific curiosity, dormant for years, suddenly resurged with unexpected vigor. How would the doom's respiratory system react to the complete removal of breathable air? The question fascinated her on multiple levels. Seconds later, two large bubbles rose to the surface, providing a definitive answer to her inquiry. Surely the unfortunate creature had exploded under the pressure differential. When, shortly thereafter, an exquisite handbag surfaced near her position, she began to understand the fundamental economics of this remarkable place. She offered the swamp a respectful nod of acknowledgement, then turned to address her remaining constituents with renewed authority. "Did you know," she announced in her most compelling public-speaking voice, "that there exists a magical stone buried deep within the very heart of this swamp?" No! No! The Dooms responded in collective hysteria, their tiny voices rising in unison. Tell us more, Queen Poling! We must know everything! They had already forgotten their recently perished companion. Such was the nature of their simple minds. It is the mysterious heart of the bog, Poling continued with theatrical gravitas, weaving her tale with the skill of a practiced politician. Legend speaks of its power to grant its bearer abilities beyond mortal comprehension. We must retrieve it immediately, the Dooms chanted with religious fervor, their repetitive voices creating an almost hypnotic rhythm. The heart, the heart, the heart. When Poling nodded her gracious permission, the little fools dove headfirst into the treacherous mire with suicidal determination. One emerged moments later with eyes burning from chemical exposure, choking violently on the toxic sludge. "Queen Poling!" he gasped between spasms. "I am deeply sorry, but we cannot locate it anywhere." "Dive deeper!" Poling commanded with imperial fury, her voice carrying across the water like thunder. "Search the very bottom, leave no stone unturned." This particular Doom would not re-emerge. Instead, 2 more bubbles rose to mark his passing, followed by the appearance of a designer wallet. When, after many additional Dooms had perished in similar fashion, Poling had received no further rewards beyond a modest collection of luxury accessories, she lost interest in the entire enterprise with characteristic swiftness. "Disappointing," she muttered, running her manicured fingers across the supple leather of her newest acquisition. She assembled the survivors with brisk efficiency, summoned her companion with a sharp whistle, and departed the scene without ceremony. She advanced another step. The mud responded with an inviting smack against her feet, each footfall accompanied by a sound like enthusiastic kisses. Emerald vapors began rising from the morass, and within their swirling patterns, Poling perceived visions of exquisite accessories and a gleaming black SUV materializing from the mist. Whether these images existed in objective reality or merely in her imagination seemed irrelevant. She surrendered her consciousness to drift freely among the phantasms. The vapor blurred and distorted her vision, creating a dreamlike state where reality and fantasy merged seamlessly. A pathetic whimper intruded upon her reverie. Not yet. Poling desperately wanted to embrace these materializing fantasies fully, but the persistent whimpering refused to cease. She snapped back to awareness with considerable irritation and located the source of the disturbance. It was Manny, naturally. A trailing shoelace, which his simple mind had mistaken for a proper leash, had lured him deeper into the treacherous swamp, and now he was sinking steadily, surrounded by glittering flag pins and golf accessories that bobbed on the surface like bizarre lily pads. His eyes remained fixed upon these objects with predatory intensity, even as the mud claimed more of his body. Poling seized a long reed and carefully angled it toward Manny's floating leash. With a sharp yank, she hauled her wayward pet back to solid shore, then delivered a corrective smack to his head that echoed across the water. Additional yelping arose from a different quarter. This time, one of the Dooms was drowning, pushed beneath the surface under the crushing weight of debt from what appeared to be an elaborate pump-and-dump financial scheme. Poling made a swift executive decision to sacrifice him for the greater good. As his small head vanished beneath the roiling surface, frantic activity erupted from within the muck, transforming the entire pit into a violently bubbling cauldron. Poling's scientific curiosity, dormant for years, suddenly resurged with unexpected vigor. How would the Doom's respiratory system react to the complete removal of breathable air? The question fascinated her on multiple levels. Seconds later, 2 large bubbles rose to the surface, providing a definitive answer to her inquiry. Surely the unfortunate creature had exploded under the pressure differential. When, shortly thereafter, an exquisite handbag surfaced near her position, she began to understand the fundamental economics of this remarkable place. She offered the swamp a respectful nod of acknowledgement, then turned to address her remaining constituents with renewed authority. "Did you know," she announced in her most compelling public-speaking voice, "that there exists a magical stone buried deep within the very heart of this swamp?" "No! No!" the Dooms responded in collective hysteria, their tiny voices rising in unison. "Tell us more, Queen Poling! We must know everything!" They had already forgotten their recently perished companion. Such was the nature of their simple minds. It is the mysterious heart of the bog, Poling continued with theatrical gravitas, weaving her tale with the skill of a practiced politician. Legend speaks of its power to grant its bearer abilities beyond mortal comprehension. "We must retrieve it immediately," the Dooms chanted with religious fervor, their repetitive voices creating an almost hypnotic rhythm. "The heart! The heart! The heart!" When Poling nodded her gracious permission, the little fools dove headfirst into the treacherous mire with suicidal determination. One emerged moments later with eyes burning from chemical exposure, choking violently on the toxic sludge. "Queen Poling," he gasped between spasms, "I am deeply sorry, but we cannot locate it anywhere." "Dive deeper," Poling commanded with imperial fury, her voice carrying across the water like thunder. "Search the very bottom. Leave no stone unturned." This particular doom would not reemerge. Instead, 2 more bubbles rose to mark his passing, followed by the appearance of a designer wallet. When, after many additional dooms had perished in similar fashion, Poling had received no further rewards beyond a modest collection of luxury accessories, she lost interest in the entire enterprise with characteristic swiftness. "Disappointing," she muttered, running her manicured fingers across the supple leather of her newest acquisition. She assembled the survivors with brisk efficiency, summoned her companion with a sharp whistle, and departed the scene without ceremony. She advanced another step. The mud responded with an inviting smack against her feet, each footfall accompanied by a sound like enthusiastic kisses. Emerald vapors began rising from the morass, and within their swirling patterns, Poling perceived visions of exquisite accessories and a gleaming black SUV materializing from the mist. Whether these images existed in objective reality or merely in her imagination seemed irrelevant. She surrendered her consciousness to drift freely among the phantasms. The vapor blurred and distorted her vision, creating a dreamlike state where reality and fantasy merged seamlessly. A pathetic whimper intruded upon her reverie. Not yet. Poling desperately wanted to embrace these materializing fantasies fully, but the persistent whimpering refused to cease. She snapped back to awareness with considerable irritation and located the source of the disturbance. It was Manny, naturally. A trailing shoelace, which his simple mind had mistaken for a proper leash, had lured him deeper into the treacherous swamp. And now he was sinking steadily, surrounded by glittering flag pins and golf accessories that bobbed on the surface like bizarre lily pads. His eyes remained fixed upon these objects with predatory intensity, even as the mud claimed more of his body. Poling seized a long reed and carefully angled it toward Manny's floating leash. With a sharp yank, she hauled her wayward pet back to solid shore, then delivered a corrective smack to his head that echoed across the water. Additional yelping arose from a different quarter. This time, one of the Dooms was drowning, pushed beneath the surface under the crushing weight of debt from what appeared to be an elaborate pump-and-dump financial scheme. Poling made a swift executive decision to sacrifice him for the greater good. As his small head vanished beneath the roiling surface, frantic activity erupted from within the muck, transforming the entire pit into a violently bubbling cauldron. Poling's scientific curiosity, dormant for years, suddenly resurged with unexpected vigor. How would the Doom's respiratory system react to the complete removal of breathable air? The question fascinated her on multiple levels. Seconds later, 2 large bubbles rose to the surface, providing a definitive answer to her inquiry. Surely the unfortunate creature had exploded under the pressure differential. When, shortly thereafter, an exquisite handbag surfaced near her position, she began to understand the fundamental economics of this remarkable place. She offered the swamp a respectful nod of acknowledgement, then turned to address her remaining constituents with renewed authority. "Did you know," she announced in her most compelling public-speaking voice, "that there exists a magical stone buried deep within the very heart of this swamp?" "No, no!" The Dooms responded in collective hysteria, their tiny voices rising in unison. "Tell us more, Queen Poling. We must know everything." They had already forgotten their recently perished companion. Such was the nature of their simple minds. "It is the mysterious heart of the bog," Poling continued with theatrical gravitas, weaving her tale with the skill of a practiced politician. Legend speaks of its power to grant its bearer abilities beyond mortal comprehension. We must retrieve it immediately, the Daums chanted with religious fervor, their repetitive voices creating an almost hypnotic rhythm. The heart! The heart! The heart! When Poling nodded her gracious permission, the little fools dove headfirst into the treacherous mire with suicidal determination. One emerged moments later with eyes burning from chemical exposure, choking violently on the toxic sludge. "Queen Poling," he gasped between spasms. "I am deeply sorry, but we cannot locate it anywhere." "Dive deeper," Poling commanded with imperial fury, her voice carrying across the water like thunder. "Search the very bottom, leave no stone unturned." This particular doom would not re-emerge. Instead, 2 more bubbles rose to mark his passing, followed by the appearance of a designer wallet. When, after many additional dooms had perished in similar fashion, Poling had received no further rewards beyond a modest collection of luxury accessories, she lost interest in the entire enterprise with characteristic swiftness. "Disappointing," she muttered, running her manicured fingers across the supple leather of her newest acquisition. She assembled the survivors with brisk efficiency, summoned her companion with a sharp whistle, and departed the scene without ceremony. After Queen Poling and her depleted royal court vanished into the gathering darkness, the bog's activity increased exponentially. The quagmire bubbled with the concentrated intensity of dozens of exploding dooms, while various swamp creatures rushed frantically in all directions before diving beneath the surface, systematically clearing a significant area in the very center of the morass. The accumulated dirt began to shudder and spasm with purposeful rhythm, and gradually vines and discarded shoelaces began combining in increasingly complex patterns, forming intricate woven oval structures that pulsed with organic life. Ancient swampwood, seasoned by decades of submersion, drifted lazily to the surface where thick slime and concentrated morass formed substantial wads near the timber, creating natural bridges and connections. Networks of vines married themselves into elaborate webs, then became covered by layers of protective slime and connected to the floating wood through an increasingly sophisticated system of organic architecture. The entire process resembled some primordial construction project guided by an intelligence beyond human comprehension. A substantial heap began forming in the quagmire's exact center, incessantly fed by newly formed elements streaming in from all sides like tributaries feeding a river. The mass pushed upward through layers of dead vegetation that had accumulated at the surface, striving to rise into the world above, but the thick mud clung to its developing form with jealous tenacity, reluctant to release its creation. Then, without warning, a whirlwind of leather and delicate lace thrust explosively from the quagmire, only to collapse shortly after with a wet, disappointing sound. The primordial ooze wasn't quite ready for birth. But then the convulsing mud coughed again with greater strength and determination, and an amorphous mound rose from the depths, initially struggling to retain any coherent shape, yet growing progressively more stable and stronger than the failed forms that had preceded it. It rose through a series of undulating motions as thick ooze dropped from its developing body in substantial chunks, gradually revealing gnarled appendages that moved with surprising grace. Fingers, belonging to a hand considerably larger and stronger than any man's, reached out tentatively, testing the unfamiliar sensation of air. A second arm appeared with similar caution, and finally a massive head and chest pulled themselves completely out of the organic soup and onto firm land, accompanied by an entourage of silk ties, full-grain leather belts, and flag pin bugs that slithered at its sides like devoted servants. The swamp had successfully birthed a creature formed much like a giant ape, but one equipped with zippers for eyes and elegant cravats for ears. More accumulated dirt continued dropping away, revealing an exquisite fur coat that might have cost thousands in the outside world, hair that appeared to be woven from premium shoelaces, and skin that showed the precise double stitching of master craftsmanship. The newborn creature seemed entirely unaware of its surroundings, unfamiliar even with the basic concept of its own existence. It observed its arms and hands with genuine curiosity and growing awe, conducting careful experiments to test the various functions of its fingers. The being reached for a delicate water lily floating nearby and squeezed it gently, Then, with increasing pressure, observing with scientific interest the destructive potential of its considerable strength. Growing progressively more confident in its physical capabilities, it reached for a passing lobbyist who had been observing the proceedings with professional interest. The creature caught the unfortunate individual by his oversized tie, lifting him effortlessly from the ground and whirling him in expanding circles before tossing the baffled lobbyist through the air like a discarded toy. The creature's makeshift eyes revealed unmistakable pleasure as its victim landed with a sickening thud among the cattails. Then, overcome by some primal emotion it couldn't yet name, the giant threw back its massive head, opened what might have been a mouth, and uttered an unearthly howl that echoed across the entire island. The sound spoke of ancient hungers, of purposes not yet understood, of power seeking direction. When the echoes finally faded, the creature looked around once more at its birthplace, nodded as if making some internal decision, and crept off into the concealing darkness to discover what the world might offer to something like itself. After Queen Poling and her depleted royal court vanished into the gathering darkness, the bog's activity increased exponentially. The quagmire bubbled with the concentrated intensity of dozens of exploding dooms, while various swamp creatures rushed frantically in all directions before diving beneath the surface, systematically clearing a significant area in the very center of the morass. The accumulated dirt began to shudder and spasm with purposeful rhythm, and gradually vines and discarded shoelaces began combining in increasingly complex patterns, forming intricate woven oval structures that pulsed with organic life. Ancient swampwood, seasoned by decades of submersion, drifted lazily to the surface where thick slime and concentrated morass formed substantial wads near the timber, creating natural bridges and connections. Networks of vines married themselves into elaborate webs, then became covered by layers of protective slime and connected to the floating wood through an increasingly sophisticated system of organic architecture. The entire process resembled some primordial construction project guided by an intelligence beyond human comprehension. A substantial heap began forming in the quagmire's exact center, incessantly fed by newly formed elements streaming in from all sides like tributaries feeding a river. The mass pushed upward through layers of dead vegetation that had accumulated at the surface, striving to rise into the world above, but the thick mud clung to its developing form with jealous tenacity, reluctant to release its creation. Then, without warning, a whirlwind of leather and delicate lace thrust explosively from the quagmire, only to collapse shortly after with a wet, disappointing sound. The primordial ooze wasn't quite ready for birth, but then the convulsing mud coughed again with greater strength and determination, and an amorphous mound rose from the depths, initially struggling to retain any coherent shape, yet growing progressively more stable and stronger than the failed forms that had preceded it. It rose through a series of undulating motions as thick ooze dropped from its developing body in substantial chunks, gradually revealing gnarled appendages that moved with surprising grace. Fingers, belonging to a hand considerably larger and stronger than any man's, reached out tentatively, testing the unfamiliar sensation of air. A second arm appeared with similar caution, and finally a massive head and chest pulled themselves completely out of the organic soup and onto firm land, accompanied by an entourage of silk ties, full-grain leather belts, and flag pin bugs that slithered at its sides like devoted servants. The swamp had successfully birthed a creature formed much like a giant ape, but one equipped with zippers for eyes and elegant cravats for ears. More accumulated dirt continued dropping away, revealing an exquisite fur coat that might have cost thousands in the outside world, hair that appeared to be woven from premium shoelaces, and skin that showed the precise double stitching of master craftsmanship. The newborn creature seemed entirely unaware of its surroundings, unfamiliar even with the basic concept of its own existence. It observed its arms and hands with genuine curiosity and growing awe, conducting careful experiments to test the various functions of its fingers. The being reached for a delicate water lily floating nearby and squeezed it gently, then, with increasing pressure, observing with scientific interest the destructive potential of its considerable strength. Growing progressively more confident in its physical capabilities, it reached for a passing lobbyist who had been observing the proceedings with professional interest. The creature caught the unfortunate individual by his oversized tie, lifting him effortlessly from the ground and whirling him in expanding circles before tossing the baffled lobbyist through the air like a discarded toy. The creature's makeshift eyes revealed unmistakable pleasure as its victim landed with a sickening thud among the cattails. Then, overcome by some primal emotion it couldn't yet name, the giant threw back its massive head, opened what might have been a mouth, and uttered an unearthly howl that echoed across the entire island. The sound spoke of ancient hungers, of purposes not yet understood, of power seeking direction. When the echoes finally faded, the creature looked around once more at its birthplace, nodded as if making some internal decision, and crept off into the concealing darkness to discover what the world might offer to something like itself.
Chapter 17.
From the official government publication, Words of Eternity, A Vision for the New Society, authored by Senator Donner Gould.
As Senator of Themerica and Director of Public Enlightenment, it is my privilege to address you, citizens of Themerica, on the 5th anniversary of the Great Restructuring.
When history looks back on our time, they will not see the temporary discomforts that some still cling to in moments of weakness. They will instead see the birth of humanity's greatest achievement, a society finally freed from the chaos of individual choice and the inefficiency of personal desire. The Population Optimization Program. By implementing mandatory fertility licenses and establishing maximum family quotas based on genetic compatibility and social contribution metrics, we have ensured that only the most valuable genetic combinations are perpetuated. This is not the atrocity foreign media portrays, but a necessary recalibration. The demographic curve has been corrected from its unsustainable trajectory. The sterilization centers have processed over 12 million citizens deemed genetically suboptimal or socially unproductive. These individuals continue to contribute to society through labor programs, living meaningful, structured lives without burdening future generations with their genetic limitations. They are heroes of progress. The Information Purification Initiative. The human mind, like any ecosystem, must be protected from invasive species. Harmful ideas are nothing less than cognitive pathogens that weaken social cohesion. Our neural monitoring system now screens over 98% of all information exchanges in real time, identifying and neutralizing dangerous thought patterns before they can spread. The Citizen Compliance Score has revolutionized how we maintain social harmony. When individuals know their access to housing, transportation, and employment depends on their ideological alignment, they naturally choose to embrace truth. The mandatory neuroadaptation treatments for those who persist in wrong think have been remarkably successful. Over 99.4% of processed individuals return to society as productive citizens, their minds cleansed of the cognitive dissonance that once caused them pain. Those few who prove resistant to treatment find purpose in our special labor facilities, where their physical capabilities can still benefit society, even if their minds remain clouded. The Resource Distribution Mechanism. Critics call it enforced scarcity, but the resource distribution mechanism represents the most equitable economic system in human history. By determining precisely how much nutrition, living space, and energy each citizen requires based on their social value metric, we have eliminated the wasteful excesses of the old consumer society. Yes, the standard caloric intake has been adjusted downward for most citizen categories. This is not starvation, as foreign propagandists claim, but optimal efficiency.
Our studies conclusively prove that the human body functions adequately on significantly less food than was previously considered normal. The periodic fasting cycles strengthen the immune system and extend productivity years. The skeletal aesthetic now prevalent in our population is not a sign of deprivation, but of evolutionary advancement, the human form adapting to a resource-conscious future. The luxury allocation tokens awarded to high-performing citizens provide appropriate motivation without encouraging the destructive accumulation tendencies of the past. When citizens understand that their access to resources is directly tied to their contribution metrics, productivity naturally increases. The public punishment of resource hoarders has declined by 78% as citizens internalize these new values. The shared housing initiatives have eliminated the inefficiency of private dwellings. 8 citizens can comfortably occupy the space once selfishly reserved for a single family. The resulting density has not only reduced our infrastructure footprint, but fostered the communal mindset essential to our collective future. Privacy, after all, is merely a cultural construct, and an outdated one at that. The Social Harmony Enforcement Division. What critics call the surveillance state is simply the technological manifestation of social accountability. The integration of monitoring devices into every aspect of daily life, from the mandatory bio-tracking implants to the omnipresent optical sensors, creates a transparent society where antisocial behavior becomes impossible to conceal. By analyzing behavioral patterns, voice stress patterns, and facial micro-expressions, potentially disruptive individuals are identified and processed before they can act on their harmful impulses. The predictive justice algorithm has achieved 99.3% social compliance with minimal physical enforcement required. The re-education centers have processed over 14 million citizens, transforming potential dissidents into model members of society. The neurological recalibration techniques developed by our behavioral science division have proven remarkably effective at aligning individual desires with collective needs. When these citizens return to society, they do so with genuine enthusiasm for our shared vision. Those who require more intensive reconditioning find purpose in the labor rehabilitation zones. Their productivity contributes to the national good while their extended treatment continues. The high mortality rates in these facilities are regrettable, but reflect the difficulty of overcoming deeply entrenched antisocial tendencies. Each loss is offset by the increased security enjoyed by compliant citizens. The Controlled Opposition Program. Perhaps our most sophisticated social innovation is the Controlled Opposition Program. By creating and managing approved resistance movements, we channel potential dissent into carefully monitored outlets. Citizens who feel the need to rebel can join these groups, express managed discontent, and even participate in choreographed protests, all while remaining within the system's parameters. These sanctioned opposition groups provide valuable psychological release while generating useful data on potential dissent vectors. The leaders of these groups, all trained by the Ministry of Social Cohesion, guide potential troublemakers toward gradually increased compliance while maintaining the illusion of resistance. It's a compassionate approach to ideological management that preserves the dignity of those still adjusting to social reality. A vision of tomorrow. As we look toward the next 5 years of our collective journey, we can anticipate even greater progress. The Human Enhancement Initiative will soon begin mandatory genetic optimization for all citizens of reproductive age. The Cognitive Uniformity Program will standardize educational outcomes across all demographic groups. The Resource Reclamation Units will ensure that even citizens in their final life phase continue to contribute biochemical resources to the collective. Some still whisper about the world that came before, a world of illusory freedom, destructive individualism, and environmental suicide. They fail to understand that such a world was never sustainable. What we have built instead is a society precisely calibrated to human needs, not human wants. We have replaced the chaos of personal desire with the harmony of collective purpose. The path has not been easy. Difficult decisions were required. Sacrifices were demanded. But as I look out from the ministry tower at our gleaming cities, orderly, efficient, purposed, I see not the dystopia that foreign agitators describe, but the necessary evolution of human civilization. This is not the end of humanity, as our critics claim, but its perfection.